Okay, hold on. Let me check. I mean, now no one's talking. Yeah. Okay, we're good.
We're good.
Yeah.
Okay. We are in Provo City, which has not been functional until this time. So we're kind of using it now on conditions of Provo meetings still on it. And if anyone can't hear the Bible with online, please just let us know and we'll work on it. And see what comes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council. So I have two items on this. The first item is a text amendment to 9.15 housing material on the street. And this is any obstruction would not be allowed on sidewalks without roadway. This amendment has clarification to make. Right now, it has yard debris, landscape materials such that we're trying to add any obstruction to try to help us for parking enforcement and enforcement in general. The problem that we have is objects left on the sidewalk and passengers for public safety and unsightly in our neighborhoods. Right now, parking enforcement, we cannot issue citations. We have really no authority over these objects because we can only get citation to a vehicle trailer that has either a license plate or a VIN. So right now, we didn't intend the following through. So again, we're just trying to add clarification so we can release the pattern, we can get it. It's very difficult. Trying to figure out what to do with these things. Because again, we can't have an uncommon toll because toll yards don't want to take these kinds of things because there's no way for them to control. Code enforcement will enforce conduct on the properties. And what we're finding is people are moving items from the property onto the sidewalk again because it's so difficult to get them removed or get them enforced. With this ordinance, public works could perhaps help us move it and then charge the property owner for the removal.
Okay. So that hasn't been put that's not in the ordinance though. That kind of like a new structure have to use.
It is on page. Actually, I think it's.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So any time violating the criminal proceedings is double time under the sections of this section. So we're trying to, like I said, we're just clarifying one, but two, we could add it in the schedule if you want to, and something in touch with the directly relevant to the several items in the city.
Yes, that's what's everyone. Like also there's no conversation. We found that when the criminal is it actually works. Leave that.
Okay.
So there's an armchair on the couch or on the sidewalk there. If the adjacent property owner is like, what are we for? I mean, it doesn't seem like it's right to start that property.
Right, and that would be something that we need to look at right now. I thought, we would put our flooring information tabs that we do on our vehicle. We would kind of let people know, and then get with Brian Jones and I have discussed some of the issues, and maybe putting a letter on or basic to it, and then just kind of look at it from there. But it would be a way for us to do it. Right now, we can't even do this.
This would give you or someone in the city authority to haul that, which they don't.
Not Not necessarily, it's very vague, and so I'm just trying to add a little bit of clarification to it that we can not just, as I said, as it is now, it's more landscape items and stuff.
And regarding the current ordinance, I know it's sort of looking at like a little travel or more on the street, their house, so they can work through. Is it okay to do that on our laws right now? Is it something that we do and we?
That's what I believe, and I think it's what we do in our neighborhoods, if it's for a regulated period of time. You'll rent the neighborhoods and they'll have that load of gravel there for the entire time, which I think is what we're trying to do.
Yeah, because I think people are really pretty sometimes they're and they'll be getting very long.
One of the things to do more short term is stormwater.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we got our little bit rough, I was really. On the sidewalk or the street.
See, right now, we all come to gravel, no parking, I don't know why. But we usually recommend that it's maybe within 72 hours. The same as it is. There's one park, parking there, a parking spot, if you will. So we're good things going with it that way. And most people are very quick. You know, they're just grateful for those hours. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Does this also apply to scooters?
We could probably look at that into it, maybe like, city, like the birth scooter contract.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Those ones, I'm trying to work with the scooter company to make sure that they are staged correctly rather than one on the sidewalk. They're getting better. We're working with them. I'm working with them all.
Okay, yeah, I guess I'm like some people in the business having a village.
Yeah.
This is to obstruct the sidewalk. You know, what should be obstructing sidewalk? Saturday, Friday, I went running and there was a scooter in the middle of a narrow sidewalk. I ran around it. I came back the next day, I'm sitting and the scooter's still there, so I pushed it on to the park strip. So in general, we're just trying to do it.
Aren't those supposed to be picked up every night?
Pick up and staged also the, yes, staged properly.
Above me enough a second there.
Well, I'm saying it didn't happen at the second day, so there. That night.
Well, also, wasn't there a deal in place? You know, because the Jeep did with us, yes, only read the last one. So it was going to be one of the things that would help. You know, citizens who was using it. If you live, you're right, you have to take a picture short term. And they was like, inside of the short term, here. That's what we were told. I was like,
Well, this, if you read that, it wasn't included that they would pick them up that was not prohibitive, so they're not doing that. They only pick them up when they need to be recharged. But they need to enforce.
but the only one that
But there should also be in our code. There's no instruction.
but this is not right.
But I mean, and then that needs to be communicated as well. To the third company that this is.
So.
While we're on related to this here, I wanted to ask about cars parking in their driveway blocking sidewalks.
Already owns that.
Okay, so it's already illegal. And then when I see people trying to get around it where they will pull into the driveway, so they're parked in the park strip, half in the park strip, half in the street, and their nose just barely impinging onto the sidewalk area. But that kind of parking in the park strip part of the driveway, no. The whole driveway with the car is in what would normally be parking. Is that an okay parking situation?
No.
There's a whole, part between the curb and the sidewalk. Do regularly, we can and we do, but a lot of times people use that as their parking, but they cannot be on that sidewalk at all. We do the best we can. We try to keep that sidewalk completely clear, because we have, you know, people with disabilities, strollers, anything like that, and they have to do this here.
But the half park strip, half of the street parking is not okay.
There is a current column. It's in 9 points something. I don't remember it right off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks. Anything else for us?
Well, actually, my second.
Okay.
Here's the second one. This is proposed language. This proposal addresses recreation vehicles and trailers, using on-street parking. This is not the private property parking for these recreation vehicles that we've done in the past. The new ordinance would allow owners to park trailers and RVs to load and unload, for up to 72 hours. But they would be required to move off of the street. They would not have the luxury of this moving at 400 feet. Vehicles out right now, we're trying to kind of separate the two. And this, we're hoping that this would create more on-street parking in neighborhoods. Again, because the RVs would not be able to park there. Now, there is kind of a second part of this that for recreation vehicle owners, boats, trailers, what have you, it needs 7 days. They could obtain a permit through the city. This would, but the permit would require that the permit would be in front of the home that they own or that they're renting or that they're visiting. The way they could park this for 7 days. This would not allow people to live as well in those RVs. But again, it would kind of give them that opportunity. Right now, I usually get several requests in the fall and spring for people that are doing yard work, extensive yard work, home construction, what have you. They'll either need to park these trailers in that road of 72 hours, or they will need to remove their recreational vehicle out of their current parking. And then allow these work trailers into that. So they kind of switch. So we're trying to look at that to kind of control that just a little bit.
So if someone is moving and they're parking on the street there, they won't know about this requirement. They won't know that they're required next permit to be there. So I'm trying to understand how it would be. Home, I think they would go out and they would have 7 days. Would it be retroactive?
We could set up the permit how we want it, and it would be a warning. If the neighbor called, if we saw that it was an issue, because this is new, we could give warnings, and we'll just let people know that they are required to change from there to park there for the 7 days. Again, because it is new.
The idea is that we need to give a warning about the fix the
Yes. 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 We can put that comment on the citation, you know, with the phone number for more information, but that's that's the idea that we.
And the idea that that permit was you would have part of this thing in front of the house. Because I could imagine a situation where I have a permit, part of it in another house, and the neighbor or somebody else. And suddenly the area that's permitted for FRB is taken. And they act on it.
Get the permit, for the permit to already be staying in everything, rather than parking there and then waiting, coming back. So it would be when they park in front of that house, you know, for the 7 days. Now remember, if you're visiting, you have to live in that RV. So, you know, again, perfect world, perfect thought, is if I'm visiting you, you move your RV out on that street, I pull my RV into the driveway, where I live in.
Well, I mean, the issue remains for trailers too, right? You're doing work on your house, you have your trailer, and the permit currently in front. You drive your trailer off to the transfer station, you come back, and some shiny little car is in this place where it's supposed to be.
Again, that's something we could look at, if, you know, if they're parked, just maybe just go down the street or put a phone out or something like that, and they do have that. So that would be something that they would be really would acknowledge.
All right, thank you.
Any questions? Just to clarify. We're trying to on the street. That's under this property.
These are would be on the pay.
All right. And we're doing this tonight. Okay, please. Right, number 2. A Prince Medic zone of conservation of approximately 1.36 acres located in 56 North Kenny Road and 57 North. From one family residential R1 to one family residential R10. This is the North neighborhood of the development.
Bring those properties in. Current. For example, maybe the reduction of the lot width for the R110 zone is about. Ultimately, the goal has essentially what it's planning residential.
Anything that anyone asked us to do today, or if you want to bring it today. So it depends that you would think that it would be more compliance, so it's not like it's more efficient.
Yes, some of the ones are. Yeah. Doing that with before compliance.
But it's like you say more in compliance, that it's closer to complying, but it's still not complying. Am I understanding that?
Well, I think as soon as compliant, it might feel to bring it in compliance. But based off of
mentioned young technology.
Let me drop this one.
What's in the other? Like, what times do you have?
We're trying to, it's overflow. Serving is overflow.
So be careful.
Oh,
So if we don't have this state, there's no way these properties could be made in compliance, even if the parcel lines are recrossed. If they do make the change, they might possibly be made in compliance, but there'll probably still be a little bit of variation.
Yeah, it's possible that maybe one of the three lots would be less than 90 feet, but I think at least two, if not all three.
Okay. What size are the parcels now? Like, the total area is 1.6, but I didn't see anything that said what each of the little things are.
I'll look that up for tonight.
okay, thank you, Dustin. Any other questions for Dustin? I'd like to recognize we've been joined by the mayor and council. Right, we will see you tonight, Dustin. Council item number 3, resolution instituting the fire restriction order for various times. The fire battalion chief. And we will hear this tonight and vote on it, correct?
Thank you for letting me come. Thanks for letting me come on in. So we have been blessed this year with an extraordinary water year, which has brought all kinds of cool things, like full reservoirs and lakes, and green grass that is now turning brown and yellow. And one of the unforeseen effects of this is I've now had nervous twitch for about the last 6 weeks, because this is the latest I've ever put out a fire restriction order for the city of Provo in my career as a fire marshal. So I come to you today to inform you and ask for your approval to issue a level 1 fire restriction order for the Provo City watershed, which includes all the mountains, foothills, within the Provo City watershed from the Springville city line to and including south. The purpose of this fire restriction order is to protect our watershed and to also protect our mountains and our residents from catastrophic fire. We've been very blessed, but I can tell you that in the last 5 days we've had 7 brush fires. So our window of opportunity for being extremely lenient has probably come to a close. And so I would propose the fire restriction order that you received in your packet that will publish tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock and become effective at noon on Thursday. Level 1 fire restriction states that all open fires have to be in the wildland urban interface. That includes charcoal, everything that doesn't turn off with a switch room becomes effective on Thursday, and it's so that being said, I will entertain any questions.
Actually read the packet. So, my first question, I think we can.
We do.
I noticed it said, no fires except the fire pits in the campgrounds, big areas, and permanent fire pits in residential properties. I was curious about that permanent fire pit because I have a solid stove and it's not a permanent door pit. But it's on gravel.
So your permanent fire pit, for definition of fire pit in your personal property is pretty lean. So your solo stove would be effective if you got one of the metal fire pits. We would certainly encourage you to use screens. But on your personal property, you have a permanent or not want to leave your personal property out into our influence.
Just a part of our file. And you mentioned that the brush fires you had are by mowers like that.
Yeah, so these are, one I guess they come at about Harbor, they were mowing grass. Again, and this is, been trying to mitigate the fire. Light struck a rock through a spark and grass is right down that positive fire. And so we're also seeing cigarette butts, dragging chains. There's a number of things where just because of the dryness of the fuel, which is scheduled to get much drier and windier this week, which is driving even further, that's made it necessary to implement fire restriction.
And this restriction doesn't actually address all of those other causes of fire, so will that be part of the public education campaign?
Yes. In fact, while we are speaking here, Captain Atherton, my deputy fire marshal, meteor specialist, is on KTVX discussing fire safety at this very moment.
Anything else for? Okay. Right, thank you. We'll let you
Actually, maybe this is an adjacent question, but I'm curious to know if fire have also, what, I mean, I don't know if we'll get a report from you later at some point about how that's gone. You know, we said big holiday comment years.
So our fireworks program has been very successful. I believe we've had 1 or 2 grass fires, which is more than we've had in the last 2 years. Compared to other cities, we are way down.
So with it, it's going to get drier, and we have all the station with.
A lot better than 27. Yes, there's always concern within the parameters of what we're allowed to do by the statute that governs fireworks. I think we're doing as well as we can possibly hope. We monitor conditions. We have had in the past during both open shoot windows where we've had red flag warnings, which means that the fuel is really dry and we have wind warnings where we've actually put out on social media and called for a temporary halt. And I gotta be honest, our citizens respond very well. As crazy as all the time the 4th of July, we really had a very sweet 4th of July. I don't know how you pay attention. We've asked them to put a pause on because we've had a red flag warning in the middle of our shoot. We absolutely couldn't put on the brakes there, take them to a park, don't shoot them in front of lawn. We've had very, very good success, and I think that's a testament to the approach that the city's taken on. As a fire marshal, I can never come down and say I support fire. But realizing what our abilities as a city are under the statute, I think we do an incredible job.
And by that, you mean the state limits the bans on.
Yes, the state statute ties our hand in free.
Must be a good fireworks lobby out there.
I'm just gonna let them, I'll let you meditate.
Okay, thank you, Lynn.
You're very welcome. Good night.
We'll see you soon. Regarding the conservation and resiliency plan.
And do you want just the PowerPoint up, Hannah? You've got a remote right there. Use the hand mic.
Yeah.
Thank you for everyone who took the time to do plans and Edits are being made by chemical incorporated. As you know, this plan branched off, comprehensive plan branched off in the general plan pretty early. The initial draft was put together by the consultants design workshop who subcontracted with Spirit Environmental LLC. That document came out about a year and a half ago, so it's been on the website until very recently. Many of you have read it. It was a good framework, gave us some good starting points, but it needed some work. So we went back and reworked it with our mayor's sustainability committee, as well as other regional experts to get their input. We especially took it through the relevant. They really helped write their own goals and their own sections. I was so impressed in this process that when I came to each of the departments who were going to be acting in this plan and sat down and tried to find out what their concerns were. So often, more often than not, the concern I have expressed is, yeah, this plan is fine, but we're already doing a lot of this. We need to broaden this. We need to make sure we're looking at the next steps to help Provo be resilient. So I think it's a much better plan for the departments. For the old version, this plan is structured around 8 elements. These ones listed on screen in no particular hierarchy. This is just the part. The definitions for each are on page 16. I want to know exactly what we need by each. This plan is not required by the state. There are no criteria for what we talk about or how we discuss it. Purely internal visionary document for Provo specifically. Each of these targets or these categories were selected by looking at other benchmark cities, specifically ones in similar climates, college towns, similar demographics. Those are all listed in Appendix A. You want a more thorough breakdown of what they're doing. And then comparing what they're doing against what our friends are doing and what they thought and what our residents what they wanted to see. How these each go. Each of these 8 sections within the plan has a key performance indicator. That's just a single metric so that we can track time. Has a 2019 benchmark in the targets between 30 and 20. 2019 was a long time ago, but as we're looking at revising the plan, the data from the pandemic in 2020 and 2021 was pretty unusual, not the best benchmark, and the data for 2022 simply wasn't. So we're working with the best most relevant data. In addition to the key performance indicator benchmarks and targets, each section has a description for how this element applies to Provo specifically, a little more of an explanation of what it means, and then some goals. Each one has about 6 to 11 goals per target for a total of 21. So not unmatched amount of goals. And the goals will be mostly carried out by the relevant departments. For each element, again, they had a hand in writing those goals, those reflect their own plans. They bought up on those. We'll jump right into the first one. I'll just go through each of these 8 very briefly, looking at the baselines and targets, give you some extra context information you might want, and then the goal categories. So these are not all of the goals. These are the headers for the goals. So you can see the general trends we're taking. You want more of the specific actions at the end of each of the element sections, and then the implementation matrix. And we're just laid out just like the matrix of the general plan. So it's pretty easy. I'll move through quickly so we can time the discussion at the end. But for carbon emissions, this focuses mostly on the built environment, and air quality is a downstream. Air quality that looks a little bit more broader emissions categories, and mobility is specifically transportation.
That's just a very specific question. 16.5.
That was done through the consultants. I tried to go through their data as much as I can. It seems to be it includes everything for Provo, every emission source that they could find online, mostly from me. It doesn't parse out transportation data, which is its own section. In any updates of the plans, like when I bring this back to the 2050 revisions, I would like to parse that out, but we don't have a specific carbon emissions inventory for Provo yet. I think we're going to need that in the next couple of years. This plan is to do a more thorough inventory.
The somewhat unreliable data that we
Yeah, it's easy to find estimates from the EPA. You kind of have to hire out contractors specifically to get their emissions. But it's a good starting place. There we go, air quality. This was residents' number one priority by on the slide. The KPI is the thing to note here. Is this air quality behaviors survey score. The standard when we're talking about air quality is our air quality index. However, is a very regionally impacted area. We could be doing everything right or everything wrong in Provo, and we might not see it reflected in our air quality index because it's affected not just by local cities, but also by weather patterns, wildfires in California. It didn't seem like a reliable way to track the or what it's making. So I talked with the person who oversees air quality monitoring for the state of Utah, and he said that this is what he would recommend. He's never seen anyone do it. We're looking at seeing what behaviors for residents are engaging in and how we can shift patterns to make a difference. Then we should be tracking those behaviors. If that's measure what you want to track. So I'm currently working on a draft of the air quality survey, subject to the approval this time, of course. That would be issued to residents and then reissued in subsequent years around 2030 and 2040. Get the space. Each survey will just be set up. Any questions on this one we're working on?
I don't know why they prefer to have. I mean, I don't know why air quality foods. I mean, you know, if we know there's a fire, we know, right? We know the source, but that's also a regional risk, right? Where we live, and so I don't see why that wouldn't have that data. So I was a little less persuaded by it. Like one thing that I don't think that maybe comes up per day. That
Yeah, that's a ability.
wonder if we should put that here as well. I think you were just, I just you can say more about why you want to bypass that monitoring.
Sure, and to your point about mobility, I think some of those behaviors could very much be addressed in the air quality survey and the draft that I've got so far. It is simply that kind of what I was getting at, that Provo could do everything right or everything wrong, and our air quality index wouldn't reflect that because air quality is not so much a category as itself or in itself as it is something that reflects the impacts of a dozen other categories. It's not itself a very good indicator of behavior. It's an indicator of very aggregate behaviors. And we can't impact most of those aggregate behaviors. So it's useful to know our index. Certainly, that's something that we should take action based on the index, like school activities. But since we can't really set goals that will really be impacted or really impact that AQI number very heavily, it didn't seem like that was the right measure to track. However, if the council disagrees, I'm happy to have a motion on that.
Well, I think I agree that it doesn't work really well for goals, but I do think it's important for us to be paying close attention to that index or this measurement of it, because one is a risk, right? There's whether it's again from out of state or it's more local, whether it's fire in Springville, or other incidents that create air quality problems for us, you sort of need to be aware of the local impact. So I still like the idea of having attention given to that, but I think I agree that it's not the most the goal should not be tied to a number.
And it seems like the air quality index is a more useful thing to know day to day, week to week, and not 7 years from now and 20 years. We should check it more regularly.
Well, and that too, right? I mean, there have been reports, of course, that air quality is improved in the steel line business. So that creates this false impression that everything's better, when in fact, you know, if we have all that data and we can say, well, this is what OG steel is contributing. Now that that's gone, now we can see what our responsibility is going forward and project pretty responsibly going forward in terms of where we think we'll be 10 or 20 years. So maybe I'm a little unclear about what it was they were sort of playing for, because I felt like later there was, you got increased air quality monitors as a goal, but then it sounds like you're saying but the recommendation is not to have air quality index part of.
Yes, I think it's important to increase our monitoring capacity so that we have real-time data and we can react day to day based on that. Yeah. Agreed. But maybe these as a high level 30 years down the road key performance indicator, I think we should be checking it more. As a note on air quality monitoring capacity, the state DAQ used to have a specific monitoring station in Provo, in addition to one in Springville and Clinton. But they removed it simply because they were getting the same data from Springville. And so as we're looking at regional measurements from DAQ, they might not be specific to Provo, but they found that the regional similarity was that we fairly comfortably assume it's just. Any other questions on the quality? I'll circle back to you. Okay. Renewable energy. Honestly, Provo Power's on top of this. We're already kind of leading out the game through the NPA. The goals here are to continue supporting Provo Power in their initiatives and then help make those initiatives more acceptable to residents. And this last one, you'll notice energy storage, renewable energy efficiency. We also mentioned carbon capture at some point in this plan. There are a lot of technologies that are continuing to evolve. They're very promising, but they're not at any point where we can, as a city, recommend putting our eggs in that basket. But it's something to keep in mind, and it's something that Provo Power is very much. Any questions here?
I have a question about this. So Provo Power for the goal.
Yes, we came to them and asked if that's too high, and they said, no, that's already your goal.
Great. So wondering, do they have non-renewable? Is the intention to have non-renewable backup?
Yes. Yeah. Currently, they very much do. As we're looking forward, that's where energy storage capacity comes more into play, but for storage is just not enough yet. So in the meantime, yeah, the redundancy. We actually have the existing director in the room.
Yeah, that is why I'll be right back. Because you know what renewable, for every megawatt of renewable energy we have to have a megawatt of backup. Wind's not blowing, sun's not shining for whatever reason, people still expect their power, and so we have to. So that's it. What in some ways does make some ways separate from on a little more expensive, and in the long term is well, if it's natural gas, we have hydro. It's actually doing really well. So well out there. But we have plenty of that. Yes, there's a large percentage of our a certain age that it is not counted. So yeah, natural gas, we still do have some coal-fired plants. You can say sometimes. And there is also Kevin. Which is sort of back up and But
That's all.
that's right, maybe one way to start.
Young kid is also watching Jim. And the possibilities there, which is a fairly stable. resource.
So that's the whole purpose. You know, this, really like something that's down and down. If you.
Here's personally, I feel like it's the most important thing. I don't remember this category or elsewhere, but when you say empower residents to access low secure clean internet options, I know what that means. But we could also talk about encouraging businesses, nonprofits to be, you know, I know there's some very large conversations going on there, and then the Provo City, BYU's going to do with this energy, but the LDS Church is going to do with their energy. But do we want to have specific things here that incentivize and partner with businesses and or nonprofits to encourage the same thing? Or is it already there in
That's more in the carbon emissions category, and carbon emissions, renewable energy, and there are mobility transportation, which are very difficult for some folks. So as we're looking at larger scale community built environment efforts with our business community, that's one carbon emissions. Air quality or renewable energy is specific to renewable energy. Air quality focuses a little bit more on individual resident behaviors and homes, things like the exchange program, specific requirements, and then mobility is sort of very specific. If that helps, it was, these lines are artificially drawn.
Well, I mean, that's sort of on my conversation. Kevin travels, it's like, why don't we do another one? It's like if they're that, if it's that successful, let's you know, let's start marketing the fact that I know I'm speaking of our power agency and not the city per se, but you know, if we can broker agreements with large land holders in our city to build another solar farm, something like that, that's a huge gain. And I just wonder if we've got sufficient language in there that says
Yes.
we're all about looking.
One of these specifically is to keep on the lookout for medium and large scale opportunities. Yeah, we feel like that's a better investment than individual rooftop solar, which has very low output, but that is absolutely.
Because really at the end of the day, it's they can do anything. So, well, movement. Cities that have a lot of resources.
The Provo and Spanish Fork started the community solar program. Other cities have joined, and it's been really innovative. It's the first of its kind in Utah. We actually submitted a Mayor's Climate Protection Award for that program, an application for the award for that program. However, very few of the shares of that solar farm have been bought out yet. I don't think residents understand it very well or know about it very well. So there's definitely opportunities to leverage what we already have in other ways and to continue to grow that.
Really quick, I recognize that Phil Fillmore is.
Oh, wonderful. I know. And we can circle back to any of these at the end if you like. Urban natures was formerly the environmental category. It's really a broad term. This is a metric that we don't have yet, the ND, but we are currently working with BYU to get it. Licensing and software will be very expensive for us because they're an educational institution and be able to get it and lower the cost to help data gathering in the community. The recommend this is another one, just a shout out, especially to parks and or drainage equipment. 15% canopy coverage is the recommendation for cities like us. Talking with our urban forester, we don't really have a specific estimate yet, but he thinks we're already probably well above 15%. So this is when we went back and adjusted the goals to just keep building on whatever it is that we have, rather than having specific targets.
15% can be like this one part of the city has a whole trees.
Yes.
Right? And Salt Lake City has had this experience where one side is one of you.
That is mentioned in the goals fairly broadly because we don't want to get too granular within these plans, not only the scope, but that unequal dispersion across the city is addressed, and making sure that we are focusing on expanding tree canopies in areas that are historically undercovered or underserved.
Yeah, just so you know, just something you're doing really hard at the forestry program, and we are on the cusp of doing a massive grant specifically designed to serve all of the underserved areas of Provo. There's a huge thing. It's going to blow numbers.
Yes, that's great. This is what I was talking about when I started departments. We're already thinking way ahead of the last draft. I needed to update it. They're great. Any more questions here? Okay, I think we're past the halfway point. Waste diversion. In the last plan, when we looked at waste diversion, we were looking at simply the percentage of waste that would be diverted from traditional waste streams, looking at specifically composting and recycling. The problem we've run into is that we can divert 100% waste, but we would have a really high contamination rate, and that contamination rate costs the city time and money, and in some cases is dangerous for the people working on floors. For the city, we have to pay to send contaminants with recycling to the recycling facilities and transfer station there, and then pay again to have them sent. Before we work on expanding how much we're diverting, we need to make sure that what we're diverting is being done correctly and done well. The main way to do that is going to be by educating residents, which is going to have to be ongoing because our population turns over pretty quickly. But that is, those strategies are addressed. You're working with public works and patients. We will get a more accurate rate once our transfer station is complete. This 33% is for all of the municipal waste transfer stations that can happen, or was probably close to that. But once we get our transfer station complete, we'll not only know Provo specifically, but the contamination route or contamination rate for each of the routes coming into that facility. So we'll know what parts of the city need to be more targeted education areas. Very exciting. Any questions here? Yeah.
We don't need to report them. We don't have to.
Not yet.
To be specific, I actually don't think I know.
In 2019 was about 89%. And there are goals to address that to be more students.
50%.
Right now, we said, divert everything and have a bunch. But the same is true on the other side. We could divert nothing and have a 0% contamination rate. We're not really. So having those two together, both increasing the number of cycling and reducing the contamination rate, seems like it would really get to the.
Yeah, sanitation just decided that between those two metrics, they want to focus on most heavily was contamination.
It's been interesting watching. percent. I mean, contamination rate was. So, and I think everyone on campus about it, and then like someone else, the counselor didn't know what was, like, we as counselors don't know. Like, exactly. So it's tricky, and it seems like putting percentage in would somewhat push us to mandate, and where the next cost for families. I don't want to take it over.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily, recommending. I think we set a goal. Figure out ways.
And that's in
I'm
there.
just a little worried about this thing. Increase the number, so we increase it by 2. We met our goal.
It's
You know?
There were some ideas. This might be a broader conversation to have with public works sanitation. They're not in the room, and I feel like they have.
So, yeah, maybe I'm thinking that to leave the language as it is, that gives us the opportunity to say, we said, let's increase the number in the next year by this amount. Let's use strategies A, B, and C for increasing and see where we are and go from that. Maybe with your help to give them just the whole plan. The biggest worry, which I see addressed for the report, is that it all just sit there.
Yes.
And that we won't get any traction on any of it. So if it's actionable and it gets traction, the way I'm fine specifying what percentage you're aiming for, but it still gives us that opportunity as a council to decide if we want to get that specific over the next 12 months. Okay.
Yeah. And that might be worth revisiting once our transfer station is complete. We have a better handle on what the numbers are specifically. Seeing the strategies and priorities and what those. Water. This is the other high priority for residents, of course. The initial target for water was gallons per person per day consumed. Utah State a couple of years ago set targets by region. Provo was already well below the 2030 target. The state's plan also has ambitious targets with all policy options. We're below even that target. Provo, or the state of Utah also manages, I'm sure you know about this data. We count our water by what is diverted. Everything that's diverted to be used, not including anything that's put back in. And a lot of other states nearby do count what's put back in. So their number forces up to look a lot lower. So if you compare Provo's number per person to some of our benchmark cities, it looks a lot higher. But that's just because we're counting differently. It's fairly comparable. Provo has done a lot of really good work on that. And there's that 3-part strategy you heard mentioned time and time again in recent water discussions to look at not just how we're using our water, but also how we're reusing water when possible, and how we're managing our sources so we continue to have water to use wisely in the future. Public Works thought it was most appropriate to focus on that last one because while the others have been getting more attention lately, this one is fairly unique in the spotlight and has historically been a little bit neglected. So they want to focus on conjunctive source management, just a diverse portfolio of secure, reliable sources, which is where we get this acre feet recharge per year. There are goals, though, where we have the tier 4 reuse and wise use in the goal category. We just had one KPI, and Public Works thought this was the most appropriate. Any questions on water?
So we're doing our optimal recharge program. Once that's up and running, will that just be
That's hope. These are fairly ambitious targets. So we're going to still have to keep actively working. We can't just rest on holes. So these targets.
It wouldn't be possible to make this goal without them.
Absolutely not. This is looking only at not natural recharge level we're active to make this happen.
So the idea is that we stop mining.
We will still have to keep using the aquifer.
Mining means reducing the levels.
Oh, yes, I'm not withdrawing. Yes, it is.
And then I feel like this is something that's more than equal to speed. And I like that goals that speak to no vertical sites.
Yeah. Any other questions about what we're going on? We only have two more. Mobility. This data about the metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year came out from Google just a couple of months ago. For the tail end of revising this document, I had to go back and rewrite this whole section. It was worth it. This is incredible data. Before we had used the vehicle miles traveled per person, which is kind of a shady estimate guess. Looking at transit data, we were fairly confident this number, but it was still the best estimate. That metric, that KPI, doesn't really take into account cars getting more efficient or running on renewable sources that don't put out emissions. It's a fairly narrow metric, just looking at cars and diversifying transit. This option, looking at emissions from cars, mostly cars, 98% of cars, also includes switching to electric vehicles, more efficient vehicles coming on the market, streamlining connectivity around the city, so people aren't stopping and idling and producing as much. It's a much more comprehensive metric. The thing to note here is this measurement. It's pretty standard. This is a global way that people are tracking transportation emissions. We include 50% of the trip in the city in which the trip begins, and 50% of the trip's emissions to the city in which it ends. Which means that pass-through trips, like things coming by on I-15, don't count toward these emissions at all. Provo has no control over this. They're counted in other regional data. If the trip begins in Provo, we count 50%. If it ends in Provo, we count 50%. Begins and ends in Provo, that's 50%. This is, again, a fairly global standard way. Just so you understand what goes into that number. It also does not include anything from our train lines. So we're not penalized for that. Any questions on this one? Fire risk, our last one. This is the most important, possibly also probably the most straightforward. Communities are assessed and given a score based on metrics that are open in the document. We are looking to drop that score, reduce our risk over time. The fire department has reviewed these targets. They do. Any questions on this one? That is the end of my presentation. Here are all of those KPI targets on one screen for quick reference. Here you go, the document. No, this is scheduled to come back for the evening meeting with the council on August 1st.
Okay, with George's comments about this. Very much, so to speak. And I think there's a lot of really good metrics. Well, your 2050 performance, employee performance will be based on.
I would expect it.
Yeah, you do in 2050. Yeah. Ray will do that. Yeah.
Well,
Okay, really.
All right. So we'll take a 10-minute break. So we'll come back
Recording stopped.
Um,
Turn off right now.
thank you. Happy to put it on there. Sure. Hey, Rachel, I've collected. All right, so what do I need to do to protect my? Yeah, we're gonna take everyone an inventory of everyone's schools.
Just don't be checking your bank account today. The weekend's meeting.
So it'll be so my like.
No legal homework.
Like.
Well, I have not right now.
Yeah, let me see what kind of. Show me your. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully it's not at home. That's, yeah, mine's like supposed to be. Can you turn off the? I know, she was like.
I paused the recording. Oh, but Zoom's still on.
Oh my gosh.
I'm the new executive director for your city housing authority. Just to give you a brief little resume. Spent 22 years in Seattle, dealing with their housing crisis. Did a little pit stop in Brooksville, Idaho for 18 months and did their housing authority. And then I'm here in Provo, super happy to be here. You have a fabulous housing authority. I would love to say I had something to do with it, but I didn't. I showed up and it was in great form. So I just want to cover a couple of things before we talk about the land trust, which I know is your main interest. But anytime somebody puts a microphone in front of me and I just talk about housing, I just have to give you a little housing 101. So I just want to let you guys know that the Provo City Housing Authority has 883 vouchers under their housing choice voucher. The funding for those vouchers is $7.1 million. That's what we get annually. If you do the math and you break it down, we spend about, I don't have my glasses on, but we spend about 591,000 a month. And we house about, of those 883, we spend an average of $670 keeping them housed. So that's a community asset. I will tell you that most housing authorities in the United States in their housing choice voucher program are underutilized, largely due to the high rents that people are faced and the voucher program doesn't fit in. Your housing authority is running at 100%. It's amazing. So happy. We have, under the voucher program, we have several different subsets. So we have mainstream disability vouchers. Those are earmarked for people who are leaving institutional settings, people who may be leaving a group home, maybe leaving a nursing home, or quite possibly re-entering society from being incarcerated. We have NED vouchers. They're near elderly vouchers. Long time ago, we used to put young individuals into nursing homes because they required some kind of skilled nursing, but not really. So we have NED vouchers that allow those not quite elderly adults to move out into the community and use a voucher. And then the last voucher that we have is the emergency housing voucher. And you guys may well know about that because that's one of HUD's new programs. It's about 1.5 years old. And it was to take chronically homeless from the streets and put them in housing. We have 38 vouchers in that program and it is fully used. We have direct referrals where we take people from Wasatch, Candlelight, the Refuge, and then we also have the 3 hotels that you probably don't want to talk about today. But we take direct referrals and provide those rental assistance so that those people are housed. We also have home ownership using the voucher program that could come up when we use the community land trust. And then finally, we have 248 units of public housing. So you guys have a very robust housing authority and it's well run. Robert did a fantastic job and the board is so engaged and that makes the difference. And if the elected officials are engaged in your housing, that makes all the difference. So you guys want to talk about community land trusts. Perfect way to add more units for a different population than we have served notoriously since 1937. Because housing authorities are designed or directed to serve 30% less median income. Community land trusts provide housing opportunities for that next jump of population, which is 40 to 60% of area median income. And that's a population that I'm going to tell you right now has not been served. And I know this because when COVID hit, who did it hit the hardest? That population. There are teachers, there are police, there are our grocery store managers. They are making that middle income that we don't really talk about anymore because everybody thinks that middle income has gone away, but they do exist. And so that's what a community land trust does. So, the basic principle is that the organization, so we are Utah Regional Housing, subsidiary of Provo City Housing.
That's the nonprofit.
Yeah, it's nonprofit, which is so exciting for me. I've always wanted to have a nonprofit because it really does open up the doors for you to add units. And I'll be honest with you, that is the only way we are going to win this housing crisis is to add units, and we need to add affordable units. And I really want to distill the definition of affordable. is paying 30% of your gross monthly income in rent and utilities. That makes housing affordable. It's not a budget that says, oh, I can't afford this even, you know. It's actually a fundamental calculation. If you pay 50% of your gross income towards rent and utilities, you are considered renter. So that just gives you an earmark of what we're looking at. So with the community land trust, what you do is you separate the land from the building. So the land is held in a trust forever, and you sell the unit. So I'm sure you've got your tax assessed records, and I could be wrong, so I don't know. But it should say what your land is worth and what your building is worth. And so when you have this opportunity, the homeowner has an opportunity to just buy the home, and the land is leased to them. Most of them are 100 years or 99. It's a little more complicated over 100. So they stick it at 99, and then the family just purchases the home. And for a community like for URH, our goal is to have a land trust, build the homes, sell them to that 40 to 60% median income, and then put resale restrictions on it so that when the family increases their income or decides they want to move to a different part of town or a different state, that housing that we purchase stays affordable, back to my definition, for the next person that comes. This is not an opportunity to get a windfall. You know, we buy houses and all of a sudden you look on Zillow and your house is worth $50,000 more than you paid for it a year ago. That's not what this is about. This is about creating affordable units that stay affordable in the community by which they were developed. So, have you ever heard of, well, there's a huge land trust in Moab. It's very popular. I think there was recently an article in the paper about it. And it just gives people an opportunity to, one, build credit. Two, they walk away with a small amount of down payment for their next home if they stay, or they can stay forever and live out their life in a home that's affordable for them. Things that are different about land trust than an average home, it's not something you can will to somebody. So if you were to pass away or somebody was to pass away in their home, it couldn't be willed to their kids so they could sell it. It has to be sold to somebody that meets the income restrictions that you set up when you decide your different guidelines, if you will, for that each individual project. The other thing about community land trust is that, you know, I'm sure you're well aware to get anywhere in this world today, you have to have partnerships. So you have the Housing Authority, I'm just using as an example, URH. It's the first time I've had two agencies under my umbrella, so I'm constantly talking about URH or the Housing Authority. But URH, we can apply for tax credits to help offset the cost of the homes to keep them affordable. We can apply for down payments to help the potential buyers apply for down payment assistance to again bring that price down for them to be affordable. So I know that it is a big interest for the state of Utah. I've met with the Salt Lake City, who their land trust, and then they're going to start one in West Jordan, and we have ours. Currently, right now, we don't have any land in our land trust. We're looking for land. But this is definitely a business practice that we are working towards and feel that this is a really good opportunity to increase the units in our community.
So where are you at in the process of setting up the land trust? What's legally all done?
Is with the attorney right now. Once we get through the attorney approving everything, then we have a couple of properties that will transfer over, and they're just land that we own that we would have to do some
Development
and demolish, yeah, and clean it up and get that all ready. So I have been here about a little over a month, but I just moved here this weekend. Yeah, and I'm telling you, it's a humbling experience being in housing for 23 years and having to fill out applications deposits. My pets now pay rent. Told them they both have to get a job. And there's one thing that I do want to speak to you guys about homelessness. I'm a big homeless advocate. Spend a significant amount of my time in Seattle dealing with homelessness. You think? The people that we serve have barriers. You know, everybody hears that. Oh, you have barriers. Everybody has barriers. But if you think about it, I am gainfully employed, happy to be here. And I had barriers trying to find housing, you know, just filling out the applications, filling out coming up with the deposit menu and all of that. I mean, that can keep a person homeless. Bad credit, that can keep a person homeless. Eviction, number one reason why people are homeless. Because for every house I applied for, there were 4 other applications. If I have eviction on my record, then I keep living. So when you think about housing, homelessness, I want to leave you with a little mantra, which is make it rare, make it brief, and make it one time. Rare means don't let it happen. So if somebody's in trouble, you want to have the community resources to support them so they don't get evicted. Because if they get evicted, it's another barrier. Brief, have the resources available. Whatever it is, it's like when you go to the grocery store and you go to buy laundry soap and there's like 1,000 different kinds of laundry soap that every single person buys one of those because they wouldn't take up the shelf space or they get rid of it. That's how I feel about housing. We have to have the different resources for the different barriers that each people have. And the final one is to make it one time. So if a family or an individual ends up homeless, find out what the barriers were that caused them to get there in the first place and get rid of them. So, not a lot of people go from homelessness to homeownership. There's a lot of steps in between, but like I said, you got to have all the resources for everyone in your community. And we really want our teachers to live in the community where they teach. My daughter's just getting ready to start her student teaching, and she's going to teach in the community where she's going to school. That's where she wants to live. She wants to live and teach in the same community. And we need our police officers to live in our community. We want them to feel a part of our community. We don't want people commuting in. We want people to live in Provo. We want to make Provo exception. So, they didn't have a projector, so they didn't have anything. They do have some handouts about CLTs and then a little thing about Utah regional housing. We are in the beginning stages, and mostly we're just kind of hovering to figure out, there was a change in management. And when we get it all situated with the attorneys, then we will be looking for opportunities to make this work. It's exciting for me. Like I said, I've always worked with extremely low income, which is 30% plus the income, and I'm excited to really work with that middle bracket that really needs an opportunity to set down some roots. So, any questions for me?
I do have a question. I was just wondering the legality or how does it work? Can you set up a certain project of land trust where it is considered workforce housing, as we're talking about, like where it is specifically policemen, teachers, fire? Okay.
You can set resale restrictions.
Okay.
You can set the amount of equity that the homeowner would receive, and what you're going to receive. You can set up anything that you want that's not discriminatory.
So saying that they work for Provo City or the school district would not be discriminatory.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Councilor Shipley has a question.
So just give me a sense that we have a $500,000 home somewhere in Provo that we're trying to own the land on. What does that reduce how much does that reduce the cost for the buyer?
Well, it would depend on the land value versus the value of the house.
Sure.
So, like if you were to buy what's that one project, Ralphie?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those homes are eyesores. not what we want. We don't want people driving Provo and saying, oh, wow, look at their house. and
Well, we
stuff.
want to fix up those.
Yeah, okay, fix up.
Mhm.
Rehab,
what-
rehab or rebuild.
Right by the courthouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so rehab, rebuild, whatever. We buy the house. We separate the land, put the land in the land trust, and then we sell the house for, what what the market value would be. Now, primarily, you're serving that, you can go up to 80% of median income for most land trusts. But you just want to make those houses affordable, because what you don't want to happen is you build a house that then somebody in that income bracket can't afford.
What's the general percentage though? Is land generally 25% of a house or like?
I
is there-
haven't been here long enough
Okay.
to know.
Yes, 25% for the rule of thumb in planning for a long
Okay.
time. I think it's probably crept up above that now, but that's been the rule of thumb.
That's it.
Right. So yeah, you would just peel out the cost of the land of the house.
Right, and I'm just trying to get a sense of, okay, if it's 25%, does that make a house that was $500,000 affordable, or do we even need to be starting at a lower,
Well, we
that's
could, we,
the average price, right? So,
we crunched the numbers, Dave, from your age. No, I'm bringing in Refuge.
Oh,
I'm just doing
so when they've talked a few things, it's more like starting with townhomes and you're looking at the 200s.
after the land is built.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's been what Dave, he's a developer, he's on the URH board.
Yeah.
And isn't that your understanding, Bill? Yeah, so your idea is to start with townhomes that are new at the beginning for rebuilding them on the land. And then there will be this idea where you could do like the Ralph Town she's talking about, that area would be something where you have some homes that are already existing, your rehab, and there's different, the total mix, small homes to bigger homes, so you create some diversity in sizing. And some, ideally, on some of them like that, you would do some market and then some land trust. So you do the mix of that's a block, so like a mix of the whole block.
Yeah. And it's a very popular concept to have multi-income land trusts. So you have maybe some people do, I don't know if you guys know this, you can use your housing choice voucher to purchase a home. And so you have mixed incomes to kind of get rid of that stigma of this is a low income area, and this is a high.
So
income
even
area.
they could do a condo building project.
Yeah.
Where 20% are land trust idea, and the other ones are all market value, or whatever percentage you wanted.
Yeah, we did a little scenario last week, just pretending that we got a big piece of property. They were 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, about 1,200 square feet. And they had a dormer that made a great room upstairs with a powder room. All said and done, if we were in the land trust, it would be about $302,000, which would support an income of $77,000 a year. That's making $77,000 a year for that home and pay 30%.
That's the model we're working on right now.
George Hanley.
Yeah, so thank you. We're glad to have you. Help us understand what a proactive partnership with the city council looks like in terms of developing this, because I know you may have your own projects. Obviously, some of those are not in Provo. But if you wanted, if we agreed that we wanted a bigger project, what would that look like? We would have to come up with the money to create the land trust?
No,
No,
not because we have already created. Well, we're not creating it, but we
you have enough.
Yeah. So, when I was talking to Salt Lake, I mean, first and foremost, buy-in from elected officials. That's like huge. So just to have the support of the elected officials in the city is a major accomplishment and makes things go forward. But as far as partnering even further, yeah, donated land is the best, because if the housing authority doesn't have to pay for the land, but we work as a developer to build the homes as like a general contractor, we can get development fees that cover our costs for the time and energy that we put into it, and then handle all the resale restrictions. And that's the other thing about the land trust, is that once they move into a house, if a person sells, the URH has to step up and re-qualify a new homeowner. So the land trust actually oversees all the sales of these homes subsequently after that, because we have to make sure they're income qualified. We have to make sure that there's, that the title's clean and all of that, and that's on the housing authority, or excuse me, it'd be on URH as the nonprofit. So, but as far as the city's concerned, if there's ways that we could, look at fees, look at permitting, anything like that, that's going to decrease the cost of us doing new construction, that's always helpful. Donated land, like I said before, and if you had money, not oftentimes have I been in a situation where the city's able to actually put in money, but they've done things like donate land, which sell it to me for about. That answer your question.
Yeah, I guess as we're trying to explore this, I'm just trying to see what from our end, what our road ahead is. I mean, if we just stay in communication with you about projects and you have specific asks, obviously you can come to the city and ask for those things. But if you need us to be, this just came up in our own conversations about our goals and our concerns about the housing market in Provo. And, we've been exploring everything from the lowest to this bracket of income to see, are we providing enough variety?
Right, exactly.
In the city? So if there's more than we can do than other than just being, we like the idea, go for it.
Well, I think that we move forward on this, and I hope that we do in some form or another. I think we need to prioritize. Like one of the things that land trust can do is, like I said, increase your curb appeal. So are there units out there that we can purchase at a lower rate, rehab them, and put them back on the market? Is that what we want to do? Or do we want to do new construction? Or do we want to do both?
So if we identify parts of the city that we thought were ready for rehab kind of and diversification of housing types, then we would partner with you to say you become the potential buyer of those properties, or
we could do that. We could apply for grant money. We could utilize some of URH's assets, but then they would have to be paid back. I mean, there's all kinds of different deals that we could do. But the most important thing is that we have a plan and what we want it to look like going forward. We don't want it to just try and find the right words. We just don't want to like go over here, go over here. We want to have and you guys have a city plan. Like I know you're adding ADUs as a viable option for people now. We want to, and that's part of the housing authorities. That's part of the housing authority's responsibility is to make sure that whatever you guys are talking about in housing in your city plan, that our plan is cohesive to your plan.
Well, would you need something more specific from us? Like, especially as we're exploring these ideas in more depth, if we issued some sort of statement of intent or something like we want to prioritize housing for these kinds of incomes or these kinds of professions that we want to attract and support in Provo, would that be helpful? I mean,
absolutely.
Okay.
Well, and one thing, George, for example, you know how the mix didn't do its housing for sale? They backed out of that. They paid the RDA a fee of $250,000 for reneging on those units for sale. So that's now money we have in the RDA, which is something we could work with. If we made a specific area, RDA area for housing purposes, like that's something we could look at down the road too.
George, a lot of the statements you talked about, I think you just put in your general plan.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Do we need to get more specific, or do we have enough there?
I think I got there, but we're going to have some specific asks from you coming up here in the near future. That's we'll answer a lot of your questions.
All right. I was going to quote somebody and say, "Ask and you shall receive."
Okay. Oh, yes.
So I had a friend who was a high school teacher in Park City and lived in Camas, and he was able to do a program where he helped build the house, like the sweat equity, so that he could do it. Would we be doing programs like that or partnering with Habitat for some of these things?
I hope so, yes. I'm partnering with Habitat and Humanity. and Habitat Humanities in the past. In fact, I just told the young lady that, like, we were talking about, and you should call Habitat for Humanity. Actually, when I met with Salt Lake, they told me that Utah has one of the most robust self-help programs around. So yes, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing about like let's just pretend we took that property across the street from the high school. I mean, we have a palette that we can paint of all kinds of housing options. It just doesn't have to be one shoe fits all. And that's our opportunity to do that. But yeah, we want to tap, NeighborWorks, Habitat, any of those programs that, because they come, and I'll be honest with you, they come with money. So, and it takes a partnership. I got a little bit, you got a little bit, city gives in a little bit, and then it works.
And so when we're looking at rehabilitating older properties that already have houses on them, is this the kind of thing where it'd be really good to look at those parcels and say, let's rehab the old house, but also build another house in what the backyard was so that we can have housing for 2 families?
Absolutely.
So that kind of infill is, and that's something that we can work with on the council, is because we may need to look at our zoning or things like that in order to allow those infill projects.
That would be another thing so we can always,
Okay.
if it comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So all of those are options. I mean, there's so many examples out there of what's worked and what hasn't worked. And it's a great, it's just another great vehicle. It's another tool in our toolbox. It's another reason to say, hey, move to Provo, we have these options. Come teach our kids in Provo because you can afford to be a homeowner.
Well,
I cannot say that in Seattle.
I love that because we are known to pay our teachers less in Provo. So any asset that we can add to make that more appealing is a huge plus, another benefit for them. Any other questions for Sarah?
At some point, I want to know what's been tried that doesn't work so that we don't go down those paths.
I can.
Just a little heads up list would be good.
Absolutely. For sure.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is a presentation regarding efforts addressing homelessness in Provo City, and we're going to hear from the Refuge today. And this will be presented by Laurie Loader. She's the shelter director of the Refuge. Oh, we're running ahead. We are running ahead. This is amazing. We are like 17 minutes.
I'm not trying to be a big shot or anything.
You're
You're like, when I'm chair, we can.
It's actually going to be presented by the director, Ashley.
The director, Ashley. All right, the director, Ashley. Ashley probably has a last name. What is it?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Ashley Taylor and I'm the executive director. This is Lori Loader, she's our shelter director. We'll be here today. We're really pleased to be able to present to you and talk a little bit about our services and what we do here in the county and yeah. So we are at Refuge, Utah. We serve victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. And our mission is to provide a caring, advocating, safe, and education-based environment for these survivors. We are specifically located, we have an admin office that's in Orem, and then our actual shelter campus is in Provo. We focus on empowering survivors to be self-sufficient and to live free from abuse. We really see that as individuals come in, they need that encouragement and that help to be able to move forward and to move on in their lives in the way that they want to see that go. We do use trauma-informed practices and housing first models to help promote independence and be able to get them into housing. We are members of the Mountainlands Continuum of Care. We work with a lot of statewide coalitions, local coalitions. I think homelessness and so just a little bit about our services. We really focus on having wraparound services as well as working with all the other amazing agencies that are in the community to make sure individuals are receiving the services that they need. Specifically regarding domestic violence, we have a 24-hour confidential hotline that individuals can call either for themselves or for family members to find out information. They can receive some crisis intervention on that hotline. They can talk through their situation, they can talk through some situation, find out some different options, resources, things like that. Advocates that are on call to be person. And we have our emergency safe shelter, and that's what Lori oversees. And that's specifically for individuals who are fleeing domestic violence and their children. We have a target of a 30-day stay that we extend to any kind of situation. We had victim advocates and crisis support, and those individuals can work with those that are either staying at our shelter or those that are in the communities. It's individuals that are looking for shelter, they do have a safe place to stay in, which is wonderful, and we can help provide some of that additional advocacy that they need as they're navigating this situation when that's to be used. We also have a children's support program, and this is specifically for those that are staying in our transitional housing or our safe house, because we know that this is a very traumatic experience for children to go through, and especially needing to move to a shelter like ours, we want to make sure that they have support that they need as they're going through that. Our children's program coordinator is one of the best. She puts on amazing activities for them. We have group therapy for them as well. And right now for our summer programs, since they're out of school, they have activities all day long, including field trips and that, so that they have some normalcy in their lives as they're going through a very difficult situation. We also provide individual and group therapy, and we have educational support classes that are open to the public. And all of our services are free of charge to anyone that's accessing them. With regards to sexual assault services, again, we have a different confidential 24-hour hotline. Advocates can help provide crisis support, direct them to other resources, and help answer questions, especially following sexual assault. Individuals have a lot of questions about what are their options and what they can do. Those same individuals that are answering the hotline are trained advocates that are on our hospital response team, and they will actually go to the hospital and be there with individuals as they're receiving a forensic exam. So we can have advocates to each of those exams, one that stays with the primary victim the entire time, and the other one that can be there if they have a support person that might be in the waiting room. So they can talk them through, letting them know what's going on, and let them know how they can best support the person that is receiving the exam. As you can imagine, there's a lot of things going on. The person just went through something very traumatic, and the advocate is there to really help break down what's going on, write down key information about who their nurse examiner was, what their case number is, write down a lot of information and provide that information so that they can go home and look at that and know what the resources are going forward. We also do follow-up services. So they'll do a phone call if that's what they request, or sometimes text message, whatever is easiest for them, to connect them to resources after they've been able to process the trauma. Again, we have individual and group therapy that's specific for sexual assault, and specific modalities that work well for those who are traumatized, especially sexual assault survivors. And then again, we also have educational support classes. And these classes are not only for survivors, but for their support networks as well. So some individuals want to come and know, how can I help a family member that's going through this? They can come to these classes, find out more about what they're going through, and they can best support them. And then with our housing services, we have transitional housing. This is for individuals that they can be there anywhere from 6 to 24 months. And this is for those that are fleeing domestic abuse. We have 8 units of transitional housing right now that's same campus as our shelter. So they're able to access all the same services while they're there, and also to be able to have the security of the gates that we have on that campus. We also have, in partnership with Provo City Housing Authority, we have a permanent supportive housing. We have 16 units that we're able to provide case management to those individuals as they're living in that permanent supportive housing and getting back to their feet. That program has been extremely successful, especially where we have some very unique situations where other housing options are just not available to them. We also have a program we call our outreach housing program that they can provide limited financial assistance, things like security deposit, a month of rent, public utilities, things like that. That as individuals are fleeing domestic violence and getting into permanent housing, often they have, because they are not anticipating needing to save up for deposit or for some off-month's rent. So it's a large burden on them. So we're able to help remove that barrier and help them get into permanent safe housing. We also provide those individuals follow-up case management, because we know housing is a great first step for their other needs that they need along the way. And that includes assistance even just in the housing process of applications, referrals to other housing programs, and other advocacy services. Just a little bit about who we serve. So we specifically serve Utah and Wasatch counties. And we support any survivor of domestic violence or sexual assault. We were previously known as the Center for Women and Children in Crisis, but in 2019 we rebranded to the Refuge Utah,
because this name was very exclusive, right? And we wanted individuals to know that we do serve anyone regardless of their gender. 51% of who we served last year were females and between the age of 19 and 33. So that was the majority of who were receiving our services. And specifically those that were fleeing to our safe house, 45% of those were either Provo or poor. Unfortunately, domestic violence, especially in Utah County, is on the rise. We've seen, as reported by the Department of Public Safety, that it has more than doubled in the past 3 years in Utah County. And it's estimated that just in Utah County, law enforcement advocates are working with over 4,000 victims of domestic abuse each year. Specifically at our agency last year, we were able to provide 94 females and 116 children with safe shelter at our state house. The average day was 28 days, so it's really fantastic that we're able to get them out of that situation and into permanent safety very quickly. We had 620 adults and children that received some sort of financial assistance in securing permanent housing from our agency. And we served a total of 1,575 victims of domestic and sexual abuse. That's in addition to the almost 3,000 crisis calls that happened to our office. Now, one of the reasons that our—
Okay, Councilor Hanley has a question.
Can I just ask you a question about that last slide? So I'm curious to know, of the 94 that were in your safe house, do you have any data on how many of them were able to successfully transition out of their domestic situation, or are there some relapses where they go back and you're going to see them again at a later point? I mean, what does that look like?
Yeah, it is a little tricky because of confidentiality of who we can follow up with and how. But from our data and our estimates, it's less than 10% that find themselves in that situation again. That's a very rough estimate and just based on the data that we can collect. But we do know that the majority of individuals that they exit were able to track, they were exiting to permanent safe housing versus returning, as they do tell us, that return back to an abusive situation. And I believe it was over 80% that are able to move into a permanent safe support.
Thank you.
Yeah. So specifically, our shelter has 25 beds available. Those 25 beds are broken up into 7 rooms. So we may be full, and I should say we are always full, but not every single bed is full. We try and keep families together in their own rooms, in those 7 rooms, and we'll double up single individuals to try and accommodate as many individuals as we can. 25 beds, just to give you a little bit of an idea, that's about 1 bed for every 27,000 people in the population. Most other areas in the state, it's 1 bed for every 7,000 to 9,000 people. So we have drastically not enough beds for the amount of individuals we have in this area. So we talked about how many we were able to serve. Unfortunately, in that same time period, we had 480 individuals that we could not house in our state house that called for shelter because our facilities were full. Now, our advocates are trained in a lot of diversion techniques, and they talk about different options, make sure that they have some place to go, and that we're not restricting them away from our facilities. But you can see the huge need that we have for additional shelter in our area. And they just released information about the point in time count for homelessness in Utah. And in our area, it's 37.7% homelessness was caused by domestic violence, which is the leading cause of homelessness.
Councilor Whipple has a question.
So for your individuals that are turned away, like, are some of the options helping them get protective orders so that the abuser is out of the house, or what do you do? Yeah, that's a huge option. We always offer help with protective orders, things like that. It may be that they need immediate shelter that night to bring them to a different shelter in the area. We work closely with all, there are 15 shelters throughout the state, seeing if that's an option, talking through if there is a friend or a family member that they can stay with and be safe for the time being. Always talking through, I don't know if you want to answer this question, Lori's the one that deals with it on a daily basis. But talking through where the abuser is, if they are in jail, if they are safe to stay somewhere that night. We do have some limited funds for hotel stays, and that seems to be a good option before we can get them into the shelter. So a lot of different techniques. Thank you.
And I would love to answer any questions you have, and we just want to share our hotline numbers, you know, that there are a lot of individuals out there that are needing help. And we want to be able to serve them and serve them for their need. Right now, our focus is on building an increased capacity shelter. And we currently are working on the process. We just got an amendment for rezone, or I should say rezone, amendment for the zoning for land in Orem. That we are now working on securing funding for so that we can build a larger shelter and meet the need that is in this area.
That's wonderful news. I wasn't aware of that. That was gonna be my first question.
That
Is it gonna be?
just happened about 2 weeks ago. So
Oh, that is very exciting.
we're taking some steps, and now we have the big pass.
So once you get that finished, how will that increase your capacity by what percentage?
Yeah, we're looking to be able to serve up to 120 beds versus the 25 that we have right
That's
now.
huge.
Yeah. So it'll open slowly so that we can meet the need and then be able to expand as we know the population will continue to stay.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilor Whipple.
Dogs.
Yes. So right now, we, at the shelter that we're currently at, we're able to allow service animals, not pets. We do have a partnership with a group that we call Provo City. That they will house pets while they're staying in an emergency shelter and make sure that they keep it safe and they are able to visit them and then get back to their owners once they get into permanent housing.
Okay, good. Yeah, I know that's
It's a huge barrier.
huge barrier.
Yes, yeah. And we hope that in our new facility, we're already talking about plans to make sure that we can have allow pets and vertical things like that. And our current shelter, it's just it's business. Yeah, good question.
Well, thank you for, you're spoken very highly of when I speak to other partners that work with you. I know I did your sexual assault hotline for a while, and I did it for years in San Francisco. And that was a good experience. It's wonderful you offer that, and it's very well utilized. All right, sounds like there's no more questions. I'm just thrilled about the other, you're expanding. I didn't realize you covered 3 counties. I thought it was just Utah County.
So we serve Utah and Judd County specifically for domestic violence, and Wasatch County we serve for sexual assault. We have a response team specifically there. Obviously with domestic violence, there's a little bit of overlap because an individual in Wasatch might call here versus going to Park City, just depending on their situation.
So down the road, would you be expanding even, because still Orem's right next to Provo? Is there I'd assume in your end goal would be to expand further out to utilize for other people to easily access your services.
A satellite offices for north and one for south.
Okay. All right.
Maybe to state the obvious, I mean, I certainly hope you don't have to keep growing.
Yes.
That's a good point.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely. But we know with the population growth the way it is.
On that point though, I was shocked that it's gone up. You said 3 times. What do they attribute the increase in violence to?
You know, there's not anything specific. Yeah. There's a lot of speculation, especially with COVID, right? The individuals in the tighter space, a lot more stress, a lot more things happening, a lot more financial stress, so that can all increase that. But there isn't one thing that they're attributing.
Has it started to go down yet, or is it still just?
Numbers for 2023 are very preliminary right now. It looks like it's on the decline for 2023, but not that more by the end of the year.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Next, a break. Oh, and we're running early, so you can have a 20-minute break. I'm not.
So liberal. Great.
Actually, we'll do 25. You can come back at 2:40. Wow. At 2:40?
Quiet.
Oh, very well.
Oh, wait, the already shared.
Yeah, I'm texting her.
That's the next part.
All right, I'll do that. We're waiting. If you see anyone,
See what happens when you give them too long of a break with this.
they can't be handled, they can't handle it.
I know.
I just
Gotta keep them on a tight leash.
have to keep it on that 10-15 minute. That would be nice.
Someone out when we didn't go out.
I texted Shannon. And I think Rachel's gonna tell anyone she sees it there. Okay, if Travis is here, we'll start. Is it ready? Okay, we'd like to now recess the Provo Municipal Council. If there's no objection, we will reconvene as the governing board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo by unanimous consent. I know.
So this is a meeting of the RDA board. We have two items of business. The first is a discussion regarding expanding the tax increment finance agreement with the River's Edge University.
Hi. We talked about this a couple weeks ago, and really the purpose of today is just to kind of circle back and make sure that we have answered all of your questions. And what we're hoping is that for both this item and for the next one, that you guys can give us the direction that you would need so that you're supportive of this agreement or making the changes that we're suggesting that you make, that you express that to us and tell us what you would want in the documents so we can bring it back to you in the future council to get those approved. So in talking to Brian and talking to Justin about what the best way to do that is, what we felt like instead of drafting documents and bringing them to you and then having them not be what you wanted, to make sure that we had your questions answered. I can answer some of them and our developers here as well. And then we'll go back and adjust the documents so they reflect that. But really, maybe just to summarize really briefly, and then I can turn some time over to private homes if you have specific questions. We had a developer that had put forward a plan some time ago to build this project, and after it languished for years, when I got hired in 2020, it was one of the mayor's top priorities to find a way to turn this project around because it had just languished for so long. We were fortunate that Brighton Homes came in and bought this project and been very invested in trying to make a commitment back to Provo. And it's interesting as you talk to them, they're not just a random developer. They're BYU graduates. They've been here in Provo, and their interest in this project was because a lot of them had gone to movies at Movie Safe, and they remember those experiences and wanted to find a way to bring that project back to life. And so they were able to revitalize that and change their plans a little bit and bring forward a project that I think is usually successful. It doesn't have all the components that I think originally were envisioned. Some of you have expressed concern about there not being some owner occupied product and some of the other elements that are in that project. But from my perspective, as I look at this, this was a project that wasn't going anywhere. The developer found a way to kind of change the mix up and make it work. And what they're asking is because they got invested in this project later, that the clock that was originally designed to start at 2021, we shifted to 2025. All they're saying is they agreed that the time period should be the same, but just shifted a little bit so that they're able to fully capture the total increment that they're going to create for the project. And then because the economy has shifted during that time frame too, to allow them to increase the total amount of tax and increments that they can capture to just over $2 million. From my perspective, I think that is what redevelopment is all about, right? We're trying to find what times and places but for us, a development might not move forward. And I think what you're hearing from a developer is that they're investing in the community, they're doing their best, and they want to stay invested in our community. But they need our help. And from my perspective, to look at what they've been able to accomplish out there and to hear what they're asking and to set and to be able to utilize the tax increment that they're going to create from their project and share back a portion of that so they can continue to be partners in our community is really what development and redevelopment is all about. So I would encourage you to be supportive of that. And I can answer more questions, but they're here to answer other questions if you have questions of them too.
Are there any questions from the board? Yeah, board member, okay.
So just to be clear, you're looking for us to make motions to direct you on where this would be headed.
Exactly. So there's two asks, right? One is to shift the start date of the triggering the tax increment from 2021 to 2025, and then to increase the amount of tax increments they can create that they can generate.
What was the original? You know?
Original to increase the national amount to 2,500 to 2,500,000.
Versus 1.2.
Pardon me. Yes, exactly.
I think the last slide on here has that.
Okay.
Yeah, board member Hanley.
So while you're looking that up, I'd also, I think I'm the only council member who was here when the original agreement was struck with Westport. And I remember all the details, not all of them, but I remember the general outline of what the project was going to look like. But I know I'm a little blurry in my mind about what specifically is different about this project compared to the previous agreement. So it would be helpful for me just to get a quick overview of what's actually going in there. I know we've had some of this conversation, but it's kind of floated around and gotten vague in my head.
So I can do my best to speak to what Westport was planning. Sorry, my name is Sean Ford with Bright Homes. I've seen a lot of different versions of what Westport was proposing on the site, so I'm not entirely sure which version they proposed to you at the time, but I can definitely walk you through what we're planning.
Okay.
They had rezoned the back portion of the property to be the IPOD zone for multifamily residential, and then kept the front portion of the SC3 zone. So we have two different product types on the residential. We have a stacked product type where we're more on a one bedroom is where we're more heavy on the product type, and that's got about 247 units in that portion of the project. Then we've got a townhome portion of the project that's 169 units. That's more 3 and 4 bedroom units, geared more towards families, young families. And then within the commercial area, we have, I think right now we're looking at about 100,000 square feet of commercial. Of that, we've probably got 65 or 70,000 in some phase of construction currently. A big portion of that being the Hill building, which is supposed to open late summer, early fall. So they're kind of our anchor tenant on the site, and we feel like they're going to drive a lot of business not only for the site but for Provo, bringing in the startup market that tends to lead Provo more towards the United States. We've also got a few different restaurants going in, some retail, and some additional office.
Yeah.
For a little perspective, actually the project has changed quite a bit to really meet the market. When this project was first proposed to the city, there was quite a bit more office, quite a bit more retail, and not as much housing. In fact, they came back and we tried to make, or Westport at the time, we tried to, best word is, Brian, to manipulate the zone because there was a restriction on how much housing you could have. And we tried to go kind of an alternate route, and the council at the time wasn't real enthused about that. And so really what I see this as is really meeting the market demand that allows the project to go forward. And the amount of office that they were proposing, the amount of retail that they were proposing really was probably beyond what the market could support. And we've talked about this in economic development a long time, and the mall is facing the same experience. And the nation is, as a whole, is frankly, we were overbuilt in retail. There was just too much retail out there. There weren't enough shops. There weren't enough, frankly, there weren't enough clients to be buying what people were offering. And so I think they've right-sized it. And the same was true with the office. There was a lot of office on the market at the time. And so they really adjusted it. And you could probably debate back and forth whether owner occupied or the housing for sale or for rent. But this is providing more housing than what was originally proposed. And right now, Provo and many other communities do have a shortage of housing. And so more housing is being brought to the market. Interestingly enough, again, not Brighton, but Westport had to pay, and I do say had to pay because that was a requirement of the council. I'm not aware of a previous council that required $250,000 to be paid in lieu of. I don't know if you're continuing to consider that for future projects. It was a bit of an anomaly, but it was paid. There was also another factor to this project, in that being this as far north and west as it is, and obviously there's stuff further north and east of here, but in this particular quadrant, the sewer lines were not at capacity. And granted, the project coming forward was putting increased capacity. And so the Parks Department, through some of the parks, were under construction for a while the city and Westport funded an expansion of the sewer lines up in this area to make capacity for this project. But I also believe it gave some downstream capacity. It also fixed a lot of infiltration from water that was groundwater that was coming into our sewer system, which is not what you want. You don't want to be collecting groundwater. So this project solved some of that problem. It also, as Keith has elaborated, this project sat vacant, and I was the unfortunate person that received a lot of calls from the managers of the existing restaurant saying, this is a war zone, it's half demolished, it's terrible, nothing is happening, and we need something to happen. So frankly, I think we're very appreciative of Brighton coming in and solving a problem for the city that we didn't have any ability to go in and fix. And at a major entrance point to the city, I think having the BRT line right out on the parkway really helps with, again, providing a transportation alternative. So for those that are living there, they can get on the BRT line and go north and south. Anyway, just a lot of things that just a little more perspective.
Are there other questions from the board?
I guess I have a question. So when we talk about recouping costs and then, future development, can you give us some insight into what future development we're helping to subsidize basically by doing this? Because the project looks awesome at this point. I'll just say that. I mean, it looks like a lot's going on. It looks like it's very close in many places to being, there's a footprint of almost, I assume, a big portion of it already is at least started or in some, phase of being completed, right? It doesn't look like there's a lot more room on the property, I guess is what I'm saying, for a lot of new buildings beyond what you guys have already started. So give us some color on the new stuff that could come from the subsidy.
Yeah, so the big problem we've had is on the commercial side of things. Given we purchased the property right before everything got crazy with COVID, and then of course we had a lot of cost escalation. And what that did to us is, traditionally with a commercial tenant, you'll sign a lease and go through the architecture, you'll design and build the building. The problem we had is how much prices were climbing from the time we signed leases to when we got bids on construction. In that we're having a hard time with the commercial investors getting them to finish out commercials.
So they're separated. I mean, I guess in my mind, Brighton kind of controls this whole project, and you had an escalation in pricing, but we also know there was a lot of inflation taking place on your housing units as well, as far as the value of those housing units. And so if I own the whole project and I'm, 3 years into a significant escalation in costs, I'm going to sell some of those housing units at a higher price so that I can then help subsidize, but we're talking about completely separate investment groups.
There is some crossover, but it is separate entities. I mean, Brighton is kind of the parent that helps manage everything. But we have seen a decent amount of escalation in our rents, which is the reason that the residential is not the problem. Our other projects, we're having a harder time on the environment, and that has to do with the it's not like the rents have increased so much that we have extra money from those projects to put into the other projects. And the reason for that is debt is also becoming a lot more expensive. So if we're trying to finish out the townhome portion, for example, our construction banks are now requiring us to put 40% rather than 20% down. So even on the residential side, we're running into less money rather than more. And because of the interest rates or cap rates, it just makes it harder than necessary.
Yeah, I guess what I'm thinking in my mind is like, it's not just about rents though. The investment group has residential properties that are now worth a lot more than even probably what they were projected to be worth when this whole project started, right? I mean, the inflation on units of residential units has been extraordinary in the last 5 years. So that part's been kind of a windfall. If you looked at it from a value standpoint, not necessarily from a rent standpoint, no rents have escalated, but the actual value of the property, the value of the project is escalated dramatically based on inflation of value of property. And I guess what I'm trying to get my mind around is, and I'll just throw this out there. I am happy to look at a project like this and extend time frame. I think that's logical. I think that makes complete sense in a situation like this where you guys took over a project that was already kind of on a timeline, you know, but you didn't agree to that timeline. You didn't even pitch that timeline, and it just happened to fall into, you know, your lap. I have no problem resetting, you know, from speaking for myself personally, resetting the time frame on TIF on a project like this that changed hands and took longer, and that's okay. I'm really excited for where it's at this point. What I'm trying to get my mind around at this point is how to think about a project that feels like we're down the road on, you know, and we're kind of retroactively trying to recoup some additional costs, you know, overages. Because I guess in my mind, it feels like I don't know of any big developer on a big project that will ever come back to us and say, you know what, it actually came way under budget. So we don't need any, you know, I mean, it just feels like that's always going to be, and I realize there's some weird situations the past few years with supply chain and with all kinds of other things, but reality is, you know, the past year, you know, actual materials for construction have come in dramatically in some areas. And so I think it'd be a hard precedent to set to say, if your project has overages, come back and ask for more TIF, because I think every single developer always would come back and say, hey, we need additional, you know, we need additional.
Yeah, and ultimately what we're trying to do is we've got some additional properties in the center. I think we have up to 4 buildings that we still build there, and we're trying to stay involved in the center and get the center built out, and getting the investors to put up more money to finish the buildings that we haven't started yet is where we're having things because of how the other projects have performed and because our capital has had to hold those steps. So it is a little different than a normal situation where we do have square footage that hasn't been built out yet, and that's Brighton Homes would love to stay in the deal and stay a part of Provo City, but it's an avenue that was identified by our partner for us to be able to develop.
So is there any ability within RDA to carve out the unbuilt part as a potential separate standalone? Does that make sense? I mean, I understand why we're going to tip the whole property, but we're trying to accomplish something new, right? Something that hasn't been done usually when.
Well, kind of. I mean, but you've already defined the project area, and that there's been an analysis that's been done. You put together a budget study based on that project area. So you have to go back and amend all of that stuff and carve it out and say, yeah, we're not really doing that project area anymore. You kind of almost have to start from scratch. And I understand what your concern is, but again, from my perspective, this is a typical development. Normally, any developer on the planet would go out and have exactly the situation that you expressed, right? But this is a site that we recognized had some problems to begin with, and that's why we got married, right? We got involved because we felt like there was a barrier that was not going to get overcome unless we got involved. So you got somebody that started the project that couldn't make it happen, even with this partnership. And now you've got somebody else that's been able to come in, and because of a different mix or whatever it was, they decided they could solve that problem and they moved it forward. But through that process, now they're telling you that it's been more difficult than they thought it was going to be, and they're hoping that we're still partners and can contribute to the solution to that problem. And I'm not trying to be condescending, but from my perspective, to get to this point, say, yeah, we really don't care, isn't what partnership really means. I mean, of course we care. Of course we care about this developer and their ability to continue to perform and to finish out this project. And what they're saying is, if that's important to you, like it's important to them, then let's extend and expand the agreement with us so they can finish it out.
I have a question for Brighton Homes. This is a really phenomenal location, right on the VRT, right between BYU and UVU. It seems like prime time for student housing. You know how many units are marketed for students or kind of a 18 to 30 age bracket?
So, yeah, the student housing is an interesting one because it changed dramatically during the time that we owned it. So when we first purchased the property, we pursued BYU to do student group housing. And then we weren't able to get that. They weren't looking for new units. So we went through the design process and designed just a standard market project. And then, of course, I'm sure you're aware of relation, their housing standards. And so we are not excluding or particularly marketing to students. We are getting a decent amount of students. The biggest problem with the student housing market is parking. If they can bring in a lot of cars to share. But what we heard from our market research was that a big gap in the market, since we weren't able to do student housing at the time, was married student housing. And so that's what the stack product was trying to target, was that problem where there was a lot of escalation of those areas.
And I guess my reaction to that is, I think there's a really high chance that there will be single and married students in that kind of product and all of those products. And it's a weird day that Provo City would incentivize student housing. I think that's kind of unusual in our history when there's so much demand in the market.
That market is changing pretty rapidly. But again, we're not trying to, because the city can, feel right at the end of the 8 cars and 4 bedrooms. That's something that you really have to fight for.
Yeah. And then is there going to be the hair school or cosmetology school right there?
There is, Paul Mitchell has a school there.
Yeah, so great location for students again. Board Member McKay.
Considering the parking, then how are you managing that as far as the units? Like how much parking do you have per unit? And are you limiting cars, or is that specified in the contract?
Yeah, it is. We're limiting the number of cars that they there is cross parking the commercial center within certain hours and they permit. Initially, a while back, we did a traffic engineer to an overall parking study of the whole center. And so they came back and we had plenty of parking. I don't know how it's up in the real world, but we feel comfortable in how it's being managed by property managers.
I love that you're managing it, and I love that you're doing permits. That's great.
From the board, are there any more questions, or is there any discussion or motions? I feel similar to council or board member Shipley in that I would feel okay about extending the timeline, but not comfortable about expanding the incident. You're going to say something?
Yeah, I had a little question. So I'm looking at the memo that we were sent on the background information. And it says that if you're unsuccessful in this request, that you will put the project up for sale in order to minimize your losses. Is that still your position?
Yeah, we're looking at options as to how to handle the commercial development. If we're not unable to come up with cash, so we need to finish the portions that we have currently. That's another option for us to build buckets.
And is the idea that you would be selling the commercial part and continuing to maintain the residential, or divest yourself of everything?
No, we would continue on the stuff, construction. It's more directed to the stuff.
So this is necessary in order for you to go ahead and do those other infill commercial things that you have planned.
Yeah, this allows us to finish the commercial, to continue building out and the cohesive projects that we've planned.
Okay, thank you.
Explain again how this allows you to do that, because obviously this is money down the road that, you know, it's not helping you with financing right now, or is it? Explain.
Yeah, there are a couple options that we're looking at. Our investors mainly look at what's down the road anyways. So if we can show the return over a 10-year period, gets us to our base metrics, that helps me feel more comfortable for more of their own cash in the project. If we're not performing, then we can get more cash from investors because we don't have the ability to show. Another option is there is help us get some.
Oh, yeah, board member Shipman.
So maybe this is a question. So when a group, let's say they divest of some parcels that were meant to be commercial properties on a project area that the city's already created a TIF for agreement, what happens at that point? How do we strip out something from a TIF area? I guess I've just never even
If
considered that.
if they sell that property, so you're asking.
Sure, you define a project area, that's what we do.
The still gets generated. They would have to make an agreement with the new buyers that the portion of that TIF, either they retain it, so it's for their project, or it goes to the new owners.
So that they contract basically.
Yes, the agreement we have with them as the owner, right? So if they sell off a portion of it, they may say, we're gonna sell you this portion of the project, this pad site. We're not gonna share any of the future TIF generated because we need it for us. That may be a condition of the sale. Or whoever buys it may say, we'll buy it, but we want the portion of the TIF that's generated from our project to come back to our site.
So the city doesn't renegotiate, like RDA TIFs don't get renegotiated when somebody sells off a portion of what our project area was.
Well, the agreement that we have right now is for them, right?
Sure, but it's based on a certain project area.
But
Yeah,
when
the whole project area, right? So they're gonna take a piece of it, sell it off. We've got a couple of other projects where it's been kind of similar, not necessarily on TIF, on like sales tax reimbursement. We have a strip mall, we have a sales tax reimbursement agreement with an owner, they sold it. So the deal was they continue to get the sales tax reimbursement agreement. Because they're the ones that cut the deal.
Yeah.
Board member McKay.
Question about the apartments. As far as the student housing, I believe the apartments are quite expensive, right? They're nicer, they're bigger. And with a limit of 3 students per apartment, are you guys enforcing that? Oh. Well, legally, only 3 unrelated people are allowed in a unit. Are you guys enforcing that?
Yeah, I mean, I did have a conversation with our property about that.
So that's being enforced. Okay. So considering a typical unit, what would the price be per student considering 3 students per unit?
On the townhomes, I think we're around 2,600 per. So it would be.
I do think that would limit the student appeal per se.
Yeah.
And the 1 bedroom, what are those renting for?
Those ones I have not gone out to lease yet, so I'm less familiar with what we're projecting. 1,300, close to 1,300.
Any more discussion or motions from the board?
No, but I just want to say regarding that just to me highlights the problem. It's a supply demand problem. It's more of a demand problem than a supply. Even if we build housing that should be more affordable, it ends up not affordable because there's so much demand right now. It's crazy. Anyways, side note, tangent.
Yeah, board member.
Well, just for the sake of the work session, getting the pulse of the council, I'm supportive of both requests.
Is there a motion?
Are you looking to me for a motion? I mean, maybe I'll just elaborate a little bit. I just, the last thing I want is for this. Just think, the idea of looking at unfinished commercial on that thing, it would drive me nuts. So, I know that this seems like a reasonable request.
Is there a motion from the board?
I'll make a motion to move that we reset the bond. Right? Start with that.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it. She can take it.
Okay, seconded by Board Member McKay. Motion made by Board Member Shipley. All those in favor of this motion? Oh, I should say, is there any discussion on the motion?
So we're just making a decision on one piece right now, and then we're gonna discuss the second one in a second.
Well, if someone makes a motion, then
Someone
we'll
makes a
discuss
motion,
it.
assuming.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
I think that's, Bill's not online, is he? Do we know?
Yes, he is.
Did Bill vote?
Yes, he'd like to vote. I'm in favor.
Okay, we're gonna,
Just say it's closed.
all right, we're going to say that he is excused, and that was 6 in favor of the motion. So it passed unanimously with Bill excused.
I vote in
Are there any other
favor.
motions?
I can hear you.
Tonight?
I'm not sure why you can't hear me. Barry.
Well, I mean, I don't, do you want us to make a motion on the second item now?
Yes.
And then, okay, so I'll make a motion that we think also.
Bill
increase-
voted yes on the previous. Sorry, he said he couldn't hear.
I think we're just gonna mark him as excused because we can't hear him, and so I'm sure the staff will help him figure out some technical difficulties, but sorry, Board Member Hand, you were interrupted.
So I'll make a motion to increase the maximum amount to 2.5.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, seconded by Board Member Whipple. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I am in favor of this motion also.
All right,
Well,
oh,
another
sorry.
question. Help us understand these undeveloped commercial projects. What's the vision for those that have been built out? What's going to be there, and what do you expect to build if the money is there?
Yeah, so we've got one that we anticipate being about 4,000 square feet for the drive-through for 2 users in that building, 2 users. We have one that's a larger building. It's supposed to be a multi-tenant retail building. And then we've got another pad that the problem is that we can swing it for smaller restaurant use or bigger office use, depending on who comes our way for the pad. But we've got the pad that could go to a bigger office, or it could go to something smaller but higher demand in parking. Like that. And then, another pad that we're working on could be a food user or we have interest in office.
And what kind of acreage between those 4 undeveloped pads that are in question? I mean, is it just generally?
Maybe 4 acres.
Councilor, Board Member Hand.
Yeah, I just got a text from a listener indicating that Bill's voice was heard on the broadcast, but not in our room. That he did actually cast a vote.
Okay.
And then that'll work, but I think he'll just be excused for the previous one and then it's next on calling you.
And Brian, help us with the protocol. I should have done a roll call vote and I just asked for a general vote.
Well, no, you're fine in this instance. We're not passing a resolution or a motion, so you can do voice votes on motions.
Okay, and are you comfortable with us excusing Bill for the last vote?
Either way, it doesn't make an outcome. It doesn't make a difference in the outcome of the vote, so.
Okay.
Do is that work.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah, I just got a comment from Bill. He just said in favor of both motions on this development. I'm not sure why I was.
I guess it's a little sticky if we can't hear him and he's kind of messaging in. Are you comfortable?
Well, we've got
marking
a rule already regarding electronic attendance. The rule doesn't necessarily say that it has to be vocal electronic attendance. So I think if he's messaging us and staff is receiving it and it's being put into the record, that's fine.
that? Okay, all right, fair enough. We will call for a vote on the second motion. We'll start with board member Haney,
Yes.
board member Shipley.
No.
Board member McKay,
Yes.
board member Whipple,
Yes.
board member Hoban.
Yes.
Board member Fillmore voted yes.
Yes,
And I will
yes.
vote no. Okay. I think that is the extent of that agenda item. We'll move on to the next item, which is a discussion regarding the expansion of tax increment finance with the Florida College of Osteopathic Medicine.
Okay, this one's similar in that you've got a developer that's begun a project that because of the environment and their opportunities to expand the scope of the project has come back and asked if we would consider participating them in expanding the original agreement we had put in place. And this one to me has a little bit of a different implication because we partnered on this project to allow an undeveloped piece of property that has historically been a landfill to be reclaimed and put back to beneficial use. That's a huge benefit and huge asset to us because this property that hasn't been on our tax rolls for decades and decades that we felt like was in our best interest to try to find a way to redevelop and put to beneficial use as one of our gateway for our community, right? It's a main interest of Provo City. We felt strongly enough about it that we asked the golf course to work with us to support in shifting the layout of the golf course to make that happen, and they did that. The city put out several $1 million to make that happen and to incur those expenses with the assumption that the housing portion of this project that would be built would help to pay us back. That housing portion hasn't gone forward yet. And so one of the things that's being asked for is that the original building that's being built out there right now that was excluded from the project be pulled back into it, and then the overall scope of the redevelopment project be expanded. Because they think that there's a long opportunity to develop and turn this into a larger campus. And it gives the city, from my perspective, the ability to pay ourselves back on our investment right away, which I think is a huge benefit, a huge asset to us. That portion of Provo has really languished. It's funny as we've talked to brokers that have tried to get new tenants into the old Novell campus. One of the big things that they've told us is that area of Provo has been so neglected that it really is difficult for them to bring tenants into that part of our community. I think they're seeing that as a reflection of all the retail that's in that area, maybe even some of what's happened with the mall. But what NORDA and Rocky Mountain Institute are doing there is really revitalizing that whole area in a way that I think has the potential to turn that south end of Provo around and make a huge contribution back to our community. This project has the ability to expand the educational opportunities in our community, create a medical profession, bed of where we can draw doctors and future doctors for our hospital in a way that we've never had before. I mean, I think it gives us an education component that Provo hasn't ever had, probably would never had it if we hadn't been able to find this partnership. It's an incredible group of people that has incredible vision, and I think it's well worth our staying invested with them. And I don't think that their ask is erroneous. I think it's genuine. I think it could have an enormous impact on our community. So we have a large contingent of their group that can answer any specific questions if you have them. Unless you've got a question for me.
Are there any questions from the board? Board member Hoban?
Yeah, but Dixon just raised his hand because he wants to say something.
So,
Yeah, by me it is.
Yeah.
I just wanted to emphasize just one point that he brought up briefly, but really important is that partnership with the city. So when they first came in, when the medical school first came in, they had actually had really two proposals. One was for the overall campus, and then there was the housing. And with the makeup and the mix of the board at the time, they wanted to just focus on the housing only. And again, there was funding, obviously, when the medical school made the disruption to the golf course, their commitment was to redo like manner elsewhere, so the golf course was made whole. And for any of you who've been out to the golf course recently, know that it wasn't made whole, it was made even better than. And it really is a good partnership. And my own personal, again, selfishness here, out of the Mountain Vista paid for those improvements. And we'd like that money back so that Keith can go do other good economic development things. And if this does not get approved as requested, at least in this format, is that we will continue to wait for the residential to be built, and the city will continue to be paying itself back or carrying the interest cost on that internal loan, which continues. And frankly, so it really did become a huge benefit to the community, because now we have an enhanced golf course. There wasn't really any identified funding, and Scott and Brett, correct me if I'm wrong, on those improvements. Now, certainly, I think over time, the golf course, if it needed improvements, would have been funded over time, but there wasn't anything specific at that time. So that's really important. So again, in consideration of all that, it would seem that this, in fact, the medical school came back and said, well, what if we do everything but the medical school, just so we create this like donut hole? And it's like, well, no, let's actually include everything, because the medical school actually starts producing revenue now. So rather than exclude it, let's include everything. So this was a bit collaborative between the city as far as economic development and the medical school, and how to recraft this to get some immediate benefit to the city. And the other is, and this is won't be lost on most of you, is that the school district, which is the lion's share of the funding, has already agreed to this. And if you get that group involved, let's not pass on that opportunity, because they probably scrutinize things even more. Just, I think they do. Personal
Is that a challenge?
Personal opinion. Because they're actually giving up more cash. Just a thought.
Okay, any questions from the board? Yes.
So I'm trying to wrap my brain around it. It seems like there's 4 pieces to this. There's one that they want the clock reset, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then 2, they want increased amounts on the existing agreement already, right? So what was the original agreement, they want expanded. Then they also want to pull in the building that wasn't included. And I think that's the one I probably have the most heartburn with. And then they want to also add new. So I guess one question I have is, I feel like because I do have concerns about pulling in the building that's already been built and wasn't included in the original agreement. Now we're just going to offer TIF on that. That just seems odd to me. So I don't know if I'm comfortable. I think the resetting the clock is a more reasonable request. But do I have the understanding correct that those are kind of the 4 pieces that were included?
So, when we, I'm sorry, I'm Greg Stewart. I'm the managing member of Chief Medical Holdings and a board member and investor in the Nordic College of Osteopathic Medicine. When we came back and requested additional TIF, do you have the map that you can put up there? Originally, the TIF just included the
That's the new one.
the residential portion right here. Wow, that works really well. And,
Yeah, you can try that.
so we came back we started discussions with Dixon with Keith, and we wanted to include the entire campus, but exclude the building, the Nordic College building that's already built. And Dixon came back to us and said, we want to include that building because it will immediately pay the city back for the money that they invested in the golf course, because property taxes will start on this building immediately, and you may be 2 or 3 years away from the house. And so that was the reason for including that building at the request of the city. That wasn't our suggestion, but we originally wanted to exclude it.
So how, I guess I'm not fully understanding. So how come there's no property tax currently on that building?
Because it's just being complete. And so when it's completed next week, I believe in November, they'll start paying property taxes.
Well, just to clarify, there is property tax. It's not like it's tax free. It's just the value hasn't hit the taxable portion of it yet.
Right, it's only being taxed land, which is minimal.
But so including in this agreement, why does that benefit us? I'm trying to understand. Aren't they going to be paying taxes anyways?
It's just different places that it's going to.
So my understanding of the agreement is that the entire amount of property tax that goes to the agency will then go to the city until their $2.3 million is paid back. Is that correct?
Well, remember, I mean, part of this agreement is you agree with the other taxing entities that we're going to get a bigger portion than we would normally get. So if that piece of property stays carved out, yeah, we're going to get property tax. We're going to get the normal amount that we would get on any other piece of property anywhere in the city. But if it gets folded into this agreement, everybody else, the school district, the water conservancy district, the county agrees that we'll get a bigger percentage for the duration of this period, which to Dixon's point means we can pay ourselves back soon.
Do we know what that amount equates to?
The value of just that building.
The difference, yeah. I mean, you're telling me this is a difference maker. What difference? How much?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys have calculated what the actual difference for just that building alone would be.
Hold on, the tax rate will be the same. It's
We'll
just where
get
it
it
goes
all.
to.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, what difference does it make to Provo? They're convincing.
We
They're
have
trying to
to
convince me to vote
calculate
yes
that
based
out.
on the fact that this is just a great deal for Provo, and I'm saying, well, tell me how much.
And I don't know the answer to that question because the building hasn't been assessed yet. And so we don't know exactly what the property taxes are. But instead of receiving what the city receives 20%, 22% of the property tax generated from that building. And I think based on the agreement, they would receive 70%. I estimate that the property tax on that building will be somewhere around $600,000 a year.
So it's going to be a difference between getting 20% as opposed to about 70%.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for.
And
then
that's, I don't know.
I mean, a number would be nice, but a percentage is second best.
Can you remind us what the overall Dixit is that we're getting paid back?
So we are outstanding, have an outstanding debt of $2.1 million that came from Mountain Vista to enhance what was already being paid for by the medical school. Those were additional betterments that we made.
Board member Hogan, did you get your questions?
Thanks.
Are there other questions?
And again, just to clarify, it's a matter of time, right? Either way, we'll get that paid back, but just the idea is that it goes a little faster if we include the bill.
Well,
So we'll get paid back either way.
the assumption though is that we're getting more over time too. No?
Not unless you calculate, not unless you were getting some time value of money component on it, and I don't think anybody's signing on that.
I need like a sidebar on this.
Because we're getting it's the same dollar amount that will get paid back. It's just how fast.
Well, we're also saving on the interest that we won't be paying if we're
Right.
paying it off soon.
Well, that's why I said in time value money. Yeah.
Is it real debt though that we're paying interest on, or is it just?
It is an internal, yeah. So yeah, we're not paying some third party bank. It is, yeah, it's
Not costing us. the same
But
interest.
Dave, I need to understand. They're saying we're going to get 70% instead of 20.
Right.
Until the 2.1 million is paid.
Until we hit the cap, because there's a cap. But we would have, but we would still pay that back based on the current tip agreement, just take.
Starting like
So we're not getting more money.
Not getting more money,
overall.
we're just getting it.
So just getting sooner. Because you've got a building that's.
Thank you for helping this simple brain of mine understand.
Are there other questions from the board?
Sure,
I'll ask a question. Yes, so the housing hasn't been built yet. Was that scheduled to have already been built and it got delayed?
Yeah, a couple of issues there. We have been, for the last 4 years, really focused on getting medical school complete because that's the draw And if we don't have a medical school, we have none. So that is going to be in the next 2 weeks and occupied by, hopefully by the third class, which starts at medical school. But secondly, just as the previous applicants spoke about, we ran into COVID. And during COVID, nobody could tell me how much that housing was going to cost. Because prices were all over the place, and contractors would just say, well, we'll build it and we'll tell you what it costs after that. So the finger on what that number actually was, and then also during the course of time, interest rates have gone up. It's made it more difficult to get a deal done there, but I think we're very close. We have a building that is ready to be pulled. We just have to pay the fees. And I think I'm very close to coming up with a partner that is going to help us with that.
And so you've got your third class going into the school now. The idea is that once you have that housing built, all of your students would be able to choose to live there.
Correct.
If they wanted to. Right now, they're dispersed throughout the city and county.
That is correct. And this is not student housing. This is multifamily, 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms.
If I may, I think most of them are living in Fora.
It's true.
Just.
Oh, yeah.
It might have worked if you had said vineyard.
Questions from the board?
Well, I was still looking at this. So, you know, the reason I asked about the timing for the housing to be built is because that relates to the question about timing generally. And it's not so much that we're delaying the start on this, but we're extending the time period over which the TIP would extend from 12 years to 20, which is a significant change. It's not just bumping it back. Yeah, when is the start date anticipated to be
For the housing,
for the TIP?
for the TIF. I think that's to be determined after it's approved.
What's the current agreement? I think what she says.
Yeah.
When's the start date on it?
Current agreement, I believe, was 4 years.
Yeah.
You're getting 24 years?
Well, I mean, there's been no building, so there's no income or anything happening for it right now.
Yeah, so we set a time frame, we haven't actually started the clock.
Right.
So
Yeah, the clock hasn't
what
started.
would happen is they would finish the building and they would come to us and say, we're ready for you to start the clock. And so we would do that.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not that we're changing the start time. We're just changing the length of time.
Right. Are there other questions from the board? I have a question. I believe this isn't a federal opportunity zone, is that right?
Yes.
And so what kinds of, I mean, are you taking advantage of the federal opportunity zone?
Well, we're trying to. And that certainly is an advantage if you have somebody that is trading directly into the apartment complex and building with that equity that they can then have tax-free in 10 years. So yes, we have made that very apparent to all of our investors. Some take advantage of that opportunity zone, and some don't.
Yeah. So I guess my comment or concern with the board is that this is in a federal opportunity zone, which is absolutely terrific advantage. There's already TIP applied to part of the project. And then this area also has a public infrastructure district, which is phenomenally helpful financial tool. That's just a blue sweetheart deal that doesn't compare to anywhere, maybe in the county. Adding to that is just creating the world's best incentive package almost, and I don't know if this is to that threshold that I feel comfortable experiencing.
What do those two other zones give? What do they equate to?
Public infrastructure district. And you can comment here, but my understanding is that the developer could transfer the liability for the infrastructure to the people who are building the project. or to the people who will own the project. So it's like, it would be added to your taxes if you bought in there, if you built in there, we're paying on taxes in that project. And so the developer gets, essentially paid back for all the infrastructure.
That is correct. Unless you're the developer of the rest of the project, you're kind of paying yourself. The public infrastructure district has been very helpful in helping us to remove all the landfill from the road areas and give all the utilities to projects. So it's been very helpful. But that is like paid back by an increased assessment on property taxes for every building that's been.
Board membership.
So, obviously with the last one and then with this one, you can sense some conflict going on inside of me about just generally. And I bring that up because I love this project. I think it's vitally important for Pro. I think it's so exciting that we have this project. I think it's been done really well. I'm excited for this. Everything about it is awesome. But I think as a council, we haven't sufficiently grappled with what TIF, when TIF should be used and how it should be used. And that's the conflict that's going on here that I'm verbalizing. It has nothing to do with specifically the mix, and it has nothing to do with this project, but it does have to do with when we say yes, how much we say yes for, and why we say yes on one project versus another. And again, I've only been on the council for 3.5 years. People who have been around this a lot longer than me probably have, kind of set in their mind how they evaluate this. But I feel like I'm, these are big numbers, and I feel like I'm not sufficiently educated in how we use TIF as a city to feel like I'm ready to vote. That's why I voted no on the other one. That's why if you held my feet to it right now, I'd have to say no right now. But it's not because I don't like the project. It's because we're including a building that's just is going to be completed in a week on something that we tell ourselves we use TIF for projects that we want as a aspirational, like this is what we want for this, but the building's already going to be done in a week and we're including it. I mean, I get the pay ourselves back sooner, but again, we're kind of going down a road that makes it hard for me to set up a good set of reasons for why we do this and when we do it and how much we do it for. It feels more like, do we have a good partner? Is this a good project? And if the answer is yes to both of those, then just say yes. And that sounds nice, but I guess I'm a numbers guy. That doesn't feel right to when we're evaluating actual numbers. And I don't yet have a good way of evaluating the numbers.
Maybe to try to answer that, I understand, I genuinely sympathize with your discomfort. We can set up whatever set of criteria you want for future redevelopment project areas. My concern about being prescriptive about that, like that, is I don't know exactly what every future scenario is going to be. The developer is going to come to us and say, here's the problem that we need to fix. And so to some extent, I think we need some discretionary ability to say, we'll evaluate these as they come to us. So right now, we've got an incredible project that a developer is saying, we want to build it, but there's a gap, and we need your help. And we think we're going to add huge value if you partner with us. If the building that's already exists is a concern with you for the council, take it out. I mean, I think the only issue is it's been included because staff has suggested, and I think Dixon was having those conversations because we thought getting paid back on the investment that we had made to ship the holes to the golf course back was important to us. If you're saying, yeah, we don't care, we'll get the money whenever, then take it out. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, and it's not about do we want it sooner. I think we all want the money sooner, but it's more about the question of is there any rationale to including a building that's already built for TIF?
We're the rationale. The rationale is the project's going to go forward. That building is going to get built. Don't include it unless you think getting the $2 million that you've spent already to help make this happen is important to get sooner than later. If it's not important, if it's okay to get it later and we can wait, then don't include it. If you want to get that money paid back because there's other things we want to be able to do with it, then include it. I mean,
But again, we're not on an island here. I mean, we're taking taxes from another entity to get that money back sooner for us, if that makes sense. So it's not like.
Actually less so, because by including it in the TIF, we actually get less money long-term off this building, don't we?
Oh, absolutely.
So we're giving up money long-term to have some money sooner. That just doesn't feel right. Yeah, by including this building, they're paying less taxes long-term, aren't they?
Who's paying less taxes long term?
The
The
property
amount, no,
owner.
the amount that they're gonna pay is always consistent. What we agreed is the school district.
No, we give them a kickback. We give them a kickback long-term at the TIF, right? Don't we give them a tax
Yes,
kickback?
exactly.
Yeah, so long-term, we're giving up revenue to them on a
We all
building.
are, yeah, the school district is, we are.
But we are, Provo City is giving up revenue on a building that we would be getting a full tax amount on long-term if we don't include it.
That's correct.
So that's being totally not brought up in this conversation is we're actually giving up money by including this building that we wouldn't have to give up any
Sure,
money on
exactly.
if we don't
This
include
building,
it.
We're gonna pay ourselves back, then, right? But if that's.
Pay ourselves back early, we're gonna get paid back anyways.
Right, no, exactly, that's my point. If the timing of that isn't important, then I don't think it makes sense to include that building. The only reason why you would do that is if you say, we'd like to get ourselves paid back for our investment more quickly. Otherwise, leave it out.
Yeah, and again, this is me needing to do some more work on this subject. It's not, I mean, the rest of the council might be ready to vote and it might be a moot point that I'm feeling uncomfortable. But I feel uncomfortable because I feel like these are two scenarios that are similar, but in my mind, they have very different, set of circumstances and information. But yet the ask feels like the same, even though the circumstances are very different for both of these projects.
Can I just add one thing to that, Councilman Schuler, and that is that we have taken property, 30-acre site that was not on passions.
Right.
And we created a stream of taxable revenue for the city, county, school district, and water of $190 million over the next 50 years. And we have also reclaimed a landfill. And so I think it's much different than the last project we talked about. In that if we weren't building the school, there would be no revenue to the city, the county, or the community.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think they are very different.
So I think it is a little different in that sense.
I'll just add, I think there's this context within the RDA board that we don't want to be reactive, that we do want to be strategic and proactive, and that with every project or project expansion, we consider that there are opportunity costs.
So I will add to that I think we are also creating a campus that is bringing biotech and surgical centers and all kinds of medically related industries to that end of the valley and re-energize the entire south end of Provo City. And so I think, again, this is, I just, with all due respect, I just don't think this is just another project. We want the landmark for the city of Provo.
And with all due respect, this is a great project. It has nothing to do with the project itself that causes my conflict. It's more of a, are we setting ourselves some kind of pattern for how we do this, or do we just need to be completely discretionary on how we do these? And on some projects, it's about saying, hey, you've been a great partner with the city, so we want to make sure and do whatever we can to support you. And if that includes TIF, let's do it. On another project, if this would not have happened without, some kind of help, then we want that to happen. And that's a different, I mean, it could be a mixture of all of those things, but again, that's where I'm like, this process, it's a process thing, not this project. This project seems amazing and I'm really excited for it.
So we have limited time. Let's make sure we hear from all the board members. We're going to go to board member McKay and then board member Campbell.
I think this project's amazing. And it takes what was a blighted area that had, again, zero tax generation into something that's going to have a huge tax rate and just a huge, I think it's going to change the East Bay, which has been nothing since I've lived here. So I'm very excited about that. I'm fine taking out the building. That makes sense to me. I'm good with the rest of it.
Board Member Hanley.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple of things in response to some things that Mr. Shipley was saying. I think Dave Harding filled your role every time a tip discussion would come up. I think you more heartache than anybody on the council, and I deeply empathize with that heartache, and I'm not maybe saying anything terribly helpful. I don't know that I have, firmer, clearer philosophy of TIP than I did 6 years ago. That was the one thing I remember going to David Walter and other staff and like, what is this tool? I don't understand it. It makes my head hurt. And I don't understand why we would use it sometimes and not other times. And if it's an automatic, then why do we, deliberate every time? So there's really no easy answer to that. For me, as I look back at the TIP requests we've had over the years, there's a handful that I probably would say no to now because they seem like we were doing something nice for someone, in the city for a long time or whatever, but it wasn't super compelling to us. These two projects are huge to me. So they're very important to the city. And this one in particular, there are mitigating circumstances in both cases that have involved the city's partnership earlier. This one in particular, we got right involved in that partnership, and we made a very vulnerable and difficult decision as a city council to agree to the movement of the golf holes, and it was a relationship of trust that has paid off. And so this is, I certainly don't feel any risk with the quality of the project or the people involved and the importance to the city. So for me, it sort of counterbalances all that persistent ambivalence I feel about TIF in general, enough to say that I'm fine with the request as is. If the council feels strongly enough about the building being taken out, that's certainly a better option than in my mind than taking out more. I would feel pretty strongly about not going any further than that, but because of that early involvement that Dixon was alluding to and that financial commitment that we made all those years ago, I'm certainly, if there's an opportunity to get some of that back sooner than later, I'd rather take advantage of it. So it's a weird, illogical loophole to say, let's include a building that's going to be done next week, but it's a loophole and I'll take it.
But it would mean we get less money overall. Are you okay with that? Knowing that it'd be less money overall?
So we're running out of time, but if someone wants to make a motion, that would be helpful. I'd be in favor of, I think it's 12 versus 20 years, and I'm happy with the 12 years. I don't feel like we need for the 20 years. And then I'd also be supportive of removing the building, but I'm not making a motion.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Oh, finally. I'm glad they got that fixed. Thanks. It's been a little frustrating. So I won't take a lot of time, but I just think it's important for us to see the bigger picture here. This is a phenomenal benefit to the city. These folks have worked with us in good faith from the beginning. They ended up absorbing a huge additional cost in terms of construction because of the landfill and the remediation effort that was necessary, the pilings and so on. They've been good partners. We need to be good partners to them. And I think I hear everybody saying what a phenomenal project this is, and I guess the but doesn't trouble me that much. If we look at the larger picture, the long-term view of what this means to the city economically, job-wise, doctor-wise for that matter, this is a huge benefit to our city. And I think we need to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm very much persuaded by the comments from Keith Morey. So I will vote in favor of their request. If the majority of the council feels we have to take the one building out, I'll vote in favor of that. But I'd prefer to see us adopt the entire package. I think they've shown their good faith over and over the past several years. And we need to thank them for that and acknowledge the reasons they're asking for this accommodation. It's not unreasonable in my mind. It's fair.
Thank you, Board Member Fillmore.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, hold on, I think there were other hands up. Were there other hands
Well,
up?
Dave was about to make.
Yeah, I was just gonna make a motion too.
Okay, well, who wants to make the motion, Dave? Or Katrice?
Okay. I'll make a motion that we accept it as is minus the building. The one building in question.
Can I ask a question?
Let's get a second on the motion and then, yes, absolutely. Is there a second on the motion?
Keith, don't the numbers have to be reworked if it doesn't include the building?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you'll just tell us kind of what you're focused on, then we'll have to bring back to you a resolution that actually reflects what the numbers are gonna be.
So I would second that and just say, I'm in support of us considering both options together at some point, having the same kind of discussion with just the council about the implications of both. I think some further discussion.
Back those details on exactly what taking the building out means.
I think
So
that's fine.
both
That's
as
fair.
is and then without the building.
I think
Okay, that's fair. We can do that.
Okay, so, well, there wasn't a second, but I hear
He
that we need an
seconded.
amended motion. Okay, so you seconded.
Sure.
And
But
then
it
we'll take
sounded like you were
discussion.
making.
Yeah, you changed it to,
Yeah.
which I can second your change.
Well, either way, if we bring it back and have that discussion without the building, we could still say no to that. And go back to the full version.
You're seconding the motion, but instructing the staff to bring back a comparison of
If we look
both.
at both.
Yeah, that's fine. And then, Board Member Whipple wanted to say something?
Yeah, I had a question about the existing building. So I want to understand how this works with the timelines. If the building's getting done, but the TIP agreement isn't really starting yet and won't for some time in the future, then until that begins, what is the status of the taxes on the building that's already completed?
It followed a normal distribution. I mean, just as an example, Freedom Commons got finished last year. We're just now negotiating with the county when they're gonna trigger that agreement and start the clock for the collection. So the county's gone through the documents, they put all the information together. Their collection period will start January this year and go through this year. So they won't get their first tax increment payment until next year in 2024.
Okay, so it'll be treated like a normal one, and then when the project
So, yeah,
starts.
so if the building gets built and nothing happens, normal distribution will go to the county, to the school, to us, nothing will happen differently.
Okay.
If we agree that we want to include it, then at some point we'll go to the county and say, now the building's complete, we want you to start to capture that increment, and they'll begin to do that.
But it wouldn't be now the building's complete, it'd be now we're ready to do the increment.
Now we start
Because the
off.
other things
Exactly,
are ready for it.
exactly.
I think I understand this part now. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion on the motion? Okay, then we'll take a vote by roll call, starting with Board Member Hogan,
Yes.
Board Member Handley,
So if I want the building included, do I vote yes or no? It sounds like it's coming
You
back
would-
either way.
You would,
Well, I was gonna say, let me make one clarifying comment. I think this is clear from the discussion, that the original motion was to accept, not actually accepting any at this point. We're asking staff to
Yeah.
bring back a resolution with those details for you. So the motion is to bring back a resolution that doesn't have the building included. Councillor Handley, Shipley has indicated that he personally is willing to consider at that meeting a resolution that includes it. At this particular moment in time, it's up to staff whether they decide to take him up on that or not.
but we instruct.
You're not helping me, Brian.
Well,
Staff to bring a comparison of the two,
Yeah.
like
Well,
baseline.
well,
and
you haven't until you make a motion that says that. You can't, right? I mean, that's not what the motion says.
Okay, should we
So,
start the whole motion over?
so staff's not at this moment instructed to do that.
But the RDA chair could make that instruction.
Well,
Or
the
do we have to do
RDA
it
chair
first?
could say to the CEO that she would like that to happen. The CEO can instruct staff to do that.
Okay.
Right? So the question is, what do you want to see? Do you want, is there one, right now, what we know is that there is one board member who has said they're willing to consider both. If you want to make it clear that there's more than one, then we should include that in the motion, so it's clear.
Is there an amended motion?
Okay, I'll make an amended motion that we want to compare the TIF as is with the building and the TIF without the building and have both of them come back to us for a vote.
And
The
that,
TIF as proposed and the TIF proposed minus the building.
I will second that.
Okay, so the amended motion is seconded. And
Well,
then,
I would like one thing. I would like to know by including the building, what we give up in taxes long-term
Yes.
estimated.
Estimated.
so that coming back
The
to us
difference.
would include both of the resolutions, but also the analysis so that we can compare the two resolutions fully.
so the motion is in part an analysis and in
Yeah.
part two resolutions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll vote
Now I know what I'm
yes.
voting.
Okay, is there any discussion on the amended motion? Okay, so then we're gonna do a roll call vote on the amended motion, and we will start with Board Member Hogan.
Yes.
Board Member Handley,
Yes.
Board Member Fillmore,
Yes.
okay, Board Member McKay,
Yes.
Board Member Shipley,
Yes.
Board Member Whipple,
Yes.
and I will vote yes, so that is 7 in favor, 0 opposed. Is there any further conversation to be had on this item? I think not. So we will adjourn.
Please bring that back soon. That would be my comment.
Okay, we will adjourn the redevelopment agency of Provo if there's no objection and reconvene as the Provo City Municipal Council by unanimous consent.
Okay, a closed session has been requested. It'll be presented by Brian Jones, our council attorney.
Thanks, let me turn the microphone on. Thank you, Chair. There are a couple of items that have been requested to be presented to you in closed session. Those items are items that fall under the statutory requirements for.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
The items that have been asked to be presented to you in closed session are personnel matters or strategy sessions regarding security and other matters that do fall under the state statute as permissible for closed meetings. So it'd be appropriate for a motion to close the meetings this time.
I move that we close this meeting.
I second.
Amen.
Is that how it works?
We have to vote on it. We have to vote.
Yeah, we need a roll call vote on it.
Everybody has to say amen.
Okay, roll call vote on adjourning this meeting. Hanley.
Yes.
I'm closing it.
Counselor,
Yes.
closing the meeting. Counselor Hanley.
Yes.
Counselor Shipley.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Counselor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Counselor Hogan.
Yes.
Counselor Fillmore.
He might as
That's 6-1 with Fillmore excused.
All right.
Recording stopped.
Are we staying in here then, or do we have to change rooms?
You like the song?
Yeah.